This is the Mount Juliet Board of Commissioners, and we are tasked with having a public hearing on the following items to be considered on second and final reading. I will read the items here: to amend the land use plan of the city of Mount Juliet, which is the first. The second is to rezone the property located at 4470 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, map 77, parcel 26, from OPS to RS40. The third is to amend the land use plan to rezone the property known as Ellet's Reserve, located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road, map 53, parcel 101.01 and 102, from thoroughfare commercial to mixed use, and from CG to CRC and CMU PUD, and adopt the preliminary master development plan. The fourth item is to annex and adopt the plan of services for the South Green Hill Road right-of-way located at South Green Hill Road from the northern property corner of 6105 Fremantle Court to the northern property corner of parcel 73, 8.04 in Wilson County, Tennessee, located within the city's urban growth boundary. The fifth item is to approve the grants by the Board of Commissioners as previously budgeted in the 2024-2025 Budget Ordinance 2024-25. And lastly, to authorize the execution of a contract between the City of Mount Juliet for the construction and management services for Fire Station Number 3. If you have any comments on these 6 items here, we'd invite you to come forward for the public hearing. We'll have the public hearing open from this point until 6:30. At 6:30, we will close the public hearing and reconvene for our regularly scheduled meeting. We're there if you have additional comments or would like to comment on this as well. Would invite you. We'll open the floor up for that. But for the public hearing, it's just on these 6 items. We'll recognize you for 3 minutes. If you'd like to come forward, give your name and address for the record, please. All right. Name and address for the record, please.
Stephanie Beamer, 513 Montrose Drive.
You're recognized for 3 minutes.
All righty. I wanted to start off. I know I sent you guys an email earlier. I need to correct it because the previous plans that we were given that were published on the website had different grading. But after looking at the new grading issues with Elliot's Reserve, we found that it's still a 10% grade. We redid the calculations, which is still too steep for ADA standards. We're just concerned. We haven't had a lot of people come out and look at the neighborhood right now and to see it firsthand. I don't know if you guys would like me to. I brought packets for developer, for you guys, for CSD&G. I have packets for all this for you guys to look at, showing the plot plans for my property line, in addition to what the culvert looks like for the drainage, how the culvert for the drainage is going to adversely impact myself and couple neighbors who are on their way. We're just really concerned, and I'll get up later on with some of the other engineering issues, but we're just concerned about the process being flawed and approving concept plans right now, when there hasn't been really any accountability for developers afterwards. If they do not do what they were promised, we've seen it in Nicholas Vale. We are dealing with the repercussions of that. And these townhomes would adversely affect. We are not against the commercial property. We are not against selling this property or anything else. Just the townhome portion of this property will adversely affect us, our property values. We do not think they're going to go for $600,000 to $800,000 and $300 a square foot. We're seeing property values drop right now, and we just think it's going to adversely affect our property values. So I will get up on my other stuff. I'll let other people speak. But if you want to take the packets now, or do you want me to wait till the next?
Mr. Martin, can you collect the packets for us?
Sure.
The handouts?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners during the public hearing on the 6 items? You can double it up.
My name is Eric Fisher. I live at 435 Whitley Way in Nichols Vale. My property does back up to the Elliot's Reserve property as well. I've sent various emails to the commissioners and the mayor as well. Many of you have been very responsive. I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that you guys were doing in the last commissioners meeting to kind of listen to our concerns and try to work for changes on both sides. Excuse me. And then for those that were able to come out and look at my property in person to understand our concerns and firsthand from what we have concerns with. So one of the main issues that I have, or I guess main concerns I have, is with the approval process. The current approval process, basically, the city commissioners approve a PMDP, which is a conceptual plan. It's only about 30% complete. Once that's completed, or once that's approved here, then it goes to the planning commission, and the commissioners basically don't see it again. So I see that as a problem. It seems backwards compared to other places that I'm familiar with. So as I mentioned, the PMDP is conceptual, and there's significant changes that can happen between the PMDP and FMDP. Nichols Vale is a perfect example of that, which, for example, we had a clubhouse, or what was, I guess, marketed as a clubhouse, which ended up being downgraded to really a fancy covered patio. Commissioner Ray Justice saw that firsthand when he visited our neighborhood, and was confused when I told him to meet us at the clubhouse, and he called me and said, "Hey, I'm at your pool. Am I at the right place?" So that's one example. Another one, enforcing conceptual designs without firm engineering plans. It's problematic. So as seen by ongoing issues that we've had in Nichols Vale between drainage, erosion issues, trying to hold the developers accountable. Our neighborhood's been through 4 developers, 7 builders. Currently, there's a builder in the front of the neighborhood building homes that do not match the design, the agreed on design code for Nichols Vale. And apparently, it was a previous developer that basically approved that plan and sold the lots with an approved plan before the HOA board was handed over to the neighborhood. So things like that, where the developers kind of make their own decisions, and now we have houses that don't meet the design guides in our neighborhood. 3-story black houses right in the front of the neighborhood. It's an eyesore. So lastly, I know I did receive some comments back on this. Recent developments like Curd Road Townhome Community, that one was for sale for some time, didn't sell. They adjusted the prices, didn't sell. Eventually, they sold the entire townhome complex to an investment firm who now has every single one of those listed as a rental. I know I've received some emails back, and that's going to be addressed. Okay, I've received some emails back, and that is there's plans to address that. But I guess my question is there a feedback loop that would notify the commissioners and the mayor in the event that an approved development plan passes hands and is not following the approved FMDP or PMDP? So that's what I have for you for that portion today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for comments?
All right, good evening. Mr. Mayor, City Commissioner, my name is Alex Freyagsen. I reside at 3021 Nichols Vale Lane. I also own the property at 523 Montrose, both of which are adjacent to the open field where the Elliott Reserve Townhome development is being proposed. I want to begin by acknowledging that I share many of the same concerns raised by my fellow neighbors today in the prior sessions regarding the proposed development of Elliott's reserves, whether that's the approval process based on preliminary design only, the blasting activities in proximity to our homes. A lot of us spend a lot of money on these homes, drainage problems. However, tonight I'd like to address a broader concern that affects not only our immediate community, but the city as a whole. From my perspective as a professional investor and a concerned citizen of Mount Juliet, I'm increasingly worried that our city is prioritizing rapid development over sustainable growth. My concern is that this approach might undermine our long-term vision of transforming Mount Juliet, and to use Ben Forcom's words, into a community comparable to Brentwood. Specifically, I question how we will manage the consequences of hasty developments such as drainage problems or overburdening infrastructure. Lebanon Road, very busy road, and our local schools being full. For instance, our Nichols Vales community was left unfinished. I think you've heard from Eric earlier. We have an underwhelming clubhouse, to say the least. Eric mentioned as well, development of new homes in the entrance of the community that really disregards any of the approved design code and significant drainage problems that some of you have come to see by now, associated financial burdens impacting us as residents, among other things. And again, not to mention the same thing is on Kurtz Road, where townhome development was originally listed at a price which we knew wasn't going to happen. Fire sold to an investment firm and not being trying to rent out. These are just two examples. I'm sure you've come across a number of them as well. So before we proceed with discussing Juliet Reserve, I would really like to urge you to consider addressing the current issues in Nicholsville community, and ideally allocate public funds to address the existing drainage issues. For instance, by financing French drains for homes adjacent to the proposed sites. We have qualified residents in the community, such as Stephanie, present here tonight, Stephanie Beamer, who can demonstrate how this development is only going to exacerbate current problems. While I'm a committed citizen to our community and I've invested in several properties by now since moving here in 2021, I'm increasingly concerned that the current decision-making process may not be in the best interest of us residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners for the public hearing? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing. You get the last 3 minutes, and we'll close the public hearing and then reconvene. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Vince King at 24 4th Avenue in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. I just wanted to point out something. The urban growth boundary that's being added, there's a list of properties being added to it this evening. I don't have a clue why the city would even consider adding Cedar Creek Yacht Club property all the way out there, because where are you going to get fire protection? Where are you going to get police protection? If I understand right, there's already 300 homes being built out Bender's Ferry Road now that is outside the boundaries that are I think national laws or something. I'm not sure on the terms, but it's outside the boundaries for fire protection that we currently have now. So somebody's going to be paying $8 million for another fire station, I assume, to protect those people, or they're going to get a total lack of service. So again, why you would go all the way out Bender's Ferry, about as far as you can go, to annex property into the city with no protection, it just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe there's another reason. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing. We will then reconvene here in just a moment for our regular meeting. If you have comments for the Board of Commissioners, we'll have a citizen comments portion in the regular meeting as well. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Today is September 9th. I want to call the meeting of the Board of Commissioners here to order. Having all 5 members present, we do have a quorum pursuant to City Code 62210. So we'll proceed with conducting the meeting. My name is Mayor James Manus, and on behalf of myself and the city staff and the commission, we want to welcome you here to tonight's meeting. We want you to participate and follow along as what we're doing here to set as we conduct the business of the city of Mount Juliet. Our first item that's on our agenda tonight is to set the agenda. Is there any objections to setting the agenda as published? Hearing none, we'll set the agenda as published. We have a 143-page packet to go through tonight, 6 items under unfinished business, 2 items under new business. If you'd like to follow along, we have agendas in the wire baskets by the doors there. That'll be kind of our guide tonight as we approach this meeting. So they're there. If you're watching online, I'd invite you to follow along online as well, because we have the agendas also published there as well to follow along. And with that, our next item on our agenda is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. I'd invite Mr. Beasley, sir, if you would come forward to lead us in our invocation and pledge.
Thank you, Mayor. If y'all will, please stand. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for gathering us here tonight. We thank you for our health and ability to discuss important topics before our city. Lord, first and foremost, we want to thank our elected body, the sacrifice that they give on a day-to-day basis for us. We also are asked to pray for those in those positions. So, Lord, we pray for our city leaders. We pray for our state and national leaders as well, as much today as we have ever. Lord, we also thank you for our city management, our city manager, the example that he sets, the service that he has provided for the city, and the years of leadership to him and everybody else that falls in line. Lord, we also thank you for our first responders, some of which are here tonight. We ask that you cover them with your protection, and Lord, that you just continue to give them the boldness in which it takes for them to lay their life on the line each and every day. Lord, we also pray for those fallen in our neighboring cities, Lord. Please cover that family. Please cover that department, Lord, with your healing power, Lord, and just watch over them, guide them, and protect them. Lord, we also thank you for our residents here tonight and those that are watching online and those that are not able to be here. We thank you for them and the DNA in which they contribute to make the city of Mount Juliet the greatest place to live. We ask all these things in your holy and precious name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Our next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes. We have one set from August 12th, 2024. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Hear a motion and a second from Commissioner Mullally. Any questions or comments on the minutes? All right. Hearing none, all in favor of the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The minutes do pass with one extension. Next item that is on our agenda is citizen comments. And I'm going to open up the podium here in just a moment to citizen comments. I just ask that you, before you begin your presentation, that you would give your name and address for the record. I would also ask that you address any comments towards myself, the mayor. Just point out that the board is under no obligations to respond to questions from the floor, but we would invite you to speak. This will be your only opportunity tonight to speak, most likely, unless something changes on it, but standard procedure is to speak on the item during citizen comments, which is a change from what you may have seen at the Planning Commission. Just ask you to not use any profanity or anything else or derogatory remarks to any individuals, but keep the topics related to our city. And with that, I'll open the floor. And can I have your name and address for the record,
Peggy
please?
Simpson. I'm the coordinator for the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library here in Wilson County. And when I got Gina's email that you all were meeting, and it said I didn't need to be here, I thought, I am going because I need to thank you all for your support. The program was started in 2005. There was a group of volunteers that kicked off the program in 2005. And you all have been with us every year, paying for some of the program's expenses, which is the cost of the books. As you know, the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a unique program because I just found out that these two girls right here are in our program. They receive the book. Every child I get, I always trace them down because I need to register them in the program to where they get the books. And reading is a key strong education. And the imagination is the center of a child's dreams and their creativity. And I won't take long because you all have so much to do. I thought at the beginning, I really didn't fit in with all that's going on, but I wanted to come and say hello and to say thank you for your support, and I hope you will continue it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll be answering any questions if there is any.
Any
No.
questions from the board?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, and thank you for letting me be here. My name is Sheila Weathers with Compassionate Hands, and I don't know if you know what that is, but it is our homeless shelter in Lebanon, but we consider it the homeless shelter for Wilson County. I live at 124 Nicholas Circle in Lebanon. Don't hold that against me. I was a 26-year resident here in Mount Juliet. My girls graduated from all the schools here. But we did move to Lebanon when I obtained this job. I'm just here to thank you for the opportunity to give the grant process, to be a part of the grant process. We have submitted a grant, and Compassionate Hands started in 2013, basically as a type of room in the inn ministry, of where our slogan was, we didn't want anybody to freeze to death. It has now upgraded tremendously to we have our own building, which COVID kind of helped with that because the churches were shutting down. Our volunteers were 55 and over and high risk. And so we bought a building on November 2nd. It's just off the square. And since then, also, we did get part of the CARES Act that allowed us to help people that were going to lose their housing during COVID. And that also enabled us to hire some other staff. But as you know, the CARES Act is gone now, and we still have those staff. And the staff that we are trying to basically keep is the care coordinators. Our care coordinators are much like social workers, and they are the ones that sit down with our homeless, and they are the boots on the ground. So they are the ones that call when someone walks in and needs rehab. They're the ones that when someone walks in that needs an ID to get a job, they've got to help them find a birth certificate. And I'd like to give you some stats on that. Just since January, we've had 11 into rehab, 21 birth certificates, 440 care coordinator meetings, counseling sessions, 29. We've gotten 7 into permanent housing. We've gotten 17 IDs. Our friends are now asked to be in life skill classes where they earn points to get other items in our program. And we've got 175 that have attended life skills, 6 reunited with families that we sent on Greyhound buses, SNAP benefits, we've helped with 21 people, 9 Social Security cards, 11 bus tickets, 5 Ubers, gas cards for our friends that live in the car, and medical transportation. Many times we transport them here to Caris. And in fact, the doctor at Caris is also a volunteer for us on Monday nights or Mondays. And in the winter, we're open December 1 through March 15th, and everyone is welcome, except for the highly intoxicated. In the summer, it poses problems, trust me. Many of the Mount Juliet Police Department have been there and served lunch or dinner. And that is a blessing to us. Then right now in the summer, we're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 to 2. And that includes Bible study at 10:30, lunch, they wash their clothing, they get their showers, they go to life skills, and there's many care coordination meetings that happen during that time. So I would really, and we do have 5 staff, 3 full-time, 2 part-time, and we're trying to bring on another care coordinator. So we feel like we're making a huge success in Wilson County. with the homeless, and we would love if you would consider us for the grant. And we thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
We feel the same way about the highly intoxicated here as well. So. And I am a big fan of your organization. Yeah. Do any of the board members up here have any questions for Compassionate Hands? I think we're good. Thank you, ma'am. Name
Hi.
and address for the record, please.
Galen Wilson. My address, did you say? 132 Privateer Lane, Mount Juliet. I just came to say thank you in advance for your support of the senior citizens in Wilson County. Thank you for recognizing that there is a need to support them and then following through with what you've done in the past and for what we hope for in the future. So on behalf of all of us from Wilson Rides, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Sangden, 1013 Brookstone Boulevard. And I just wanted to thank y'all as well and just come here and thank you for your support and everything that's going on with the senior citizens here in the center. And everybody's super excited and all the plans that we're making. So thank you in advance and everything you do for the county.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else here to speak to grants?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Y'all got a lot bigger things going on here than I do up at Greenbrier. My name's Heath Haley. Represent Veterans Barbecue Camp.
Can you give us your address too, sir?
4276 Sheffield Lane, Greenbrier, Tennessee.
Thank you.
We formed about 5 years ago. A Marine Raider friend of mine struggling with PTSD. Moved from Idaho, didn't know anything about how we smoke meats down here in the South, and bought a pig farm, or bought some land next to a pig farmer. Smelled the meat smoking one day, and got him a instant friend. Turned that into a food truck down in Columbia 3 years in a row, and he wanted to give back to the community. And I was at the first camp about 5 years ago, and it's changed my life. It's changed a lot of other veterans' lives. We also have a lot of law enforcement, first responders involved in the camp, the volunteer also. Just want to thank y'all for the consideration for the grant. We did a pop-up with Phoenix Jiu-Jitsu and Bach. Oh, what is it? I can't remember the name. Yes, Bach to Rock. And just a pop-up a few Saturdays ago with some minimal advertising, raised over $1,500. And we've also met already with the VFW. We're really partnering with them locally, and just again want to thank y'all. The event is going to be, and we're going to really start ramping up our advertising here locally, but the main event, first 2 days are veterans only. We teach them, they all get their own smoker. We teach them the low and slow method of smoking meats, no pellet grills, no charcoal, no nothing, just offset smokers. And each veteran gets their smoker. Oklahoma Joe's is our sponsor. We continue to grow sponsorship. The main event will be Sunday, October 13th. And it's going to be at Rural Hill Farm from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Our website is veteransbarbecuecamp.org. And again, you'll be seeing a lot more advertising around here in the weeks to come. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Kathy Breland, and I work at Easter Seals, Tennessee. I'm here tonight because Andy White couldn't be here because he's at Green Hill Tennis Tryouts, I believe. But anyway, I'm just here to say thank you all for all your past support for our adult day services. Easter Seals, in case anybody doesn't know, formerly Prospect. I know y'all probably all know that name. We support people with intellectual and physical disabilities, and our day services are mainly to help people, with disabilities, with isolation. We want them to be more integrated into community. So we have community-based facility-based services where they go out into the community, do all kinds of things, whether it's just even going to a movie, they volunteer with people. They go to restaurants. Our staff takes them to restaurants, just anything to help them get out into community and be happier and fulfill their lives. And then we have our facility-based services, which are they come every day, and they just to have socialization. They enjoy talking and conversing with their friends, just like all the rest of us do. And it's just a great program. We have cooking classes in there. They teach them, we play games. They teach them to read, all kinds of things. So I want to thank y'all for your past support and hope you can help us this year. That's all. If anybody has any questions,
Questions?
thank
All right.
y'all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
Tyler Antonakis, 433 Whitley Way. I'm not going to beat y'all with a dead horse. Like, y'all have heard all the information from us thousands of times at this point. It's more of speaking from the heart this time. And me and my wife both are local business owners here. This is our home. And we love Mount Juliet with everything you got, and when your home kind of feels threatened, it kind of makes you feel a certain way. And that's kind of what this project feels like a little bit to me. Speaking of LH Reserve, obviously, because I think the hard work we put into buying our homes and doing things, you want the value out of it. You want your blood, sweat, and tears to show something. And I think the townhome development behind it drastically will devalue it. And I think that's when it gets me kind of motivated. It's like, this is not right. The proposed, with the 20-foot setback 20-foot setback being able to include the buffer, for instance, these homes will be 20 feet from my actual property line. Even though I have a buffer, the buffer is on my property line. It's not separate, where there typically would be 40 feet. And in a single family home case with the city, I believe you have to have a 20-foot buffer, then a 20-foot setback to that buffer. I don't know what it is with townhomes, but I'm pretty sure that's on the single family home. I would ask that be included in this. I think that would be a big thing. It at least gives us some space where I don't have a 2.5-story brick wall that's 120 feet wide right in my back deck view. I'm vice president of the HOA board in Nicholsville, former president of it. I also feel like I got to defend all my neighbors here at the same time. And that being said, the problem, a lot of neighbors have like, if this happens, we got to move. It's like, we can't have this. It's going to take it too much. We can get better value somewhere else. And these people have 3% interest rates. Like, it's a big deal if you got to leave a 3% interest rate because you feel like your home's going to be disrupted that bad in a time when they're 6.5 to 7. It's just a tough pill to swallow. All for development, all for capitalization on all this, but I just think the project is not right on the residential townhome side. It's too many, too compacted, overdeveloped. It's just not there. Commercial's fine, smaller amount of townhomes, or making it single family homes, something along those lines, perfectly fine. This, I think, is just not the right piece. So that's my side.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's Stephanie Beamer, 513 Montrose Drive. I think Tyler kind of said it. It is personal for a lot of us. I've been trying to keep it to the engineering issues and the construction issues because that is my job for the last 26 years. But I mean, when you hear a lot of residents come back, and there are a lot of residents that are here, many, I know Tyler Moore could not be here. He's in class. And I know Justin and Dana Sayer couldn't be here, and I told them to email you guys. But there's a lot of residents that are like, well, it's a done deal. You know, commissioners got this done. They're friends with the developers. It's done. I'm like, no, be positive. Make an effect in your community. Come here and say something. They're listening to you. We're talking together. So I'm still going to try to keep positive on this and hear from my fellow residents that are here also. But the solution, I know Shane, and I've talked to Shane a lot. The drainage pipe does help some, but as you've seen in the pictures, that culvert is right on that man's fence. It's on 3 feet from my retaining wall that I just spent $80,000 putting a retaining wall in. And I'm a single woman that just paid for all that myself with a 2% interest rate. Now I want to move and have to deal with the interest rates now. The existing culvert is also damaged because the original drainage design, some of you guys have seen that from the runoff, and there's holes in the stormwater drain now. You guys tell the HOA they're responsible for it. HOA tells us we're responsible for it. And then you guys come in with the developer and say, no, well, the developer wants to come from another development and plug into your backyard. But we're maintaining it and we're trying to take care of all of this. And then it goes back to us to take care of it. The other, I mean, we've seen all the issues that have been coming. I brought up the blasting issues. We have a neighbor in the yard that was gifted a veteran's home. They didn't want to speak because they're very uncomfortable speaking, but this blasting is going to affect his well-being. And him and his wife and I have talked a lot about it. She has been at the other meetings. Even with 75 feet away from our homes or structures. I mean, we saw what happened on Wilson Road with Mount Vernon Estates years ago. There was lawsuits. It was dismissed by some saying, well, Wilson Road's Wilson County, but they're Mount Juliet residents. And there was a lawsuit because half their homes were damaged from the blasting. We don't want that here. And additionally, you know, I brought up, yes, the drawings, I went back and looked through the drawings, but they're still not ADA compliant. And with that townhome that's at that grade above me, and it's a 2-story, which I was told at the community meeting, if I don't want to look at it, shut my blinds, which was really inappropriate. And it was told to my other neighbor too, which she was very upset about. I mean, if that thing goes on fire when we have a snowstorm, how are those trucks going to get up there to take and to put out that fire? And then that's that close to my house and to all my neighbors' houses who I've become really close with this. So I know with time running out, I mean, I've given you the pictures. I've given you my plot plan. You've seen, even with their existing, they have the buffer. They have the culvert on the edge of that line. The culvert is 25, 30 feet into my plot plan. So on my property, that's filed with the city. So I don't know what the existing drawings are using, but the one that's filed with the city that has my property, that has that culvert 20 feet in, and it's on the edge of the PUD. The other issue is I was talking to the mailman. Not everyone in my neighborhood got the certified mail to come. And he said, why are only a few of you guys getting this? And I asked the question today, you know, where'd you guys get the list? Because a lot of the homes around Montrose, some homes here and there got the certified letter and not all of them did. So we had to go out and take and notify all of our neighbors about it because a lot of them didn't know. So, but I thank you guys for listening to us. I thank you guys, the ones who've reached out and talked to us. And I appreciate your service to the city because you are looking out for the citizens.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
Eric Fisher, 435 Whitley Way, Mount Juliet. So I know you've heard plenty from me already. A lot about the existing issues that we are dealing with in Nichols Vale. I do want to point out that CSDG is the same engineering firm that was responsible for site planning and infrastructure for the Nichols Vale community. And they're also the same engineering firm that is responsible or that is being contracted for Elliott's Reserve. With some of the comments that were made at previous commissioner meetings, gave me additional concerns that they haven't really learned lessons from past developments that they've done. For example, when somebody was mentioning if they've done the geotechnical surveys to understand if there's any active or known sinkholes on the property, the response was, oh, if we find that there's a sinkhole there, then maybe we can utilize that to run off a lot of the drainage so then it doesn't run into Nichols Vale. That's a major concern. Water runoff causes erosion, causes sinkholes. Utilizing one for drainage purposes is just, that doesn't make sense. So it just points to some of the issues that we've seen in our neighborhood, and it seems like it just continues as they build new or as they're responsible for developing new neighborhoods. I have two other points that I wanted to make here. One related to property lines. So the current PMDP for Elliott's Reserve actually shows the property lines were defined using the what's it called? The GIS tracker. And in the last commissioners meeting, John Bauman even said that the GIS tracker is inaccurate, but that was used for identifying the property lines for Elliott's Reserve PMDP. Well, that plan currently encroaches 10 feet into my property's buffer. So I want to ensure that accurate property boundaries are used in order to define the property lines so that we don't lose 10 feet of our yard. Additionally, landscape buffers, this has been a big topic for some time now. But I did talk with John Bauman, and so there are new city requirements state that landscape buffers must be in open space, not in the homeowner's property, which means that any property setbacks would be in addition to the landscape buffer. So the current PMDP for Elliott's Reserve shows the townhomes being built right where the buffer ends, and instead of having an additional 20 feet. However, if single-family homes were built in that same property, they would be required to have that additional 20 feet. So it would be 40 feet from our property line. What doesn't make sense is why do the townhomes get an exception for this requirement? I would think that the townhomes should abide to the same rules as single-family homes. And that's one thing that I would like to request here today is that if you do approve this, I would like to request that the additional setback requirements are in addition to the landscape buffer, and that the landscape buffer cannot be consumed as the setback requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my name is David Hauk, 3004 Nicholsvale. So this is in regard to the Elliott Reserve development. Again, everyone's stating things much more eloquently than I can. I just want to thank you all for your receptiveness at the last meeting. The probing questions, the due diligence, Mr. Vice Mayor, like asking really poignant questions about the school system, like are they going to be able to handle the inflow of children? Like I think, we can all agree that our children are our biggest priority here in the community, and putting burden on school systems, teachers, as well as just infrastructure for services in the community is something that should be forefront of mind. And Mr. Vice Mayor had that at hand. And then, Mr. Commissioner asking questions about drainage, about appropriate, grades, as well as the retail, like potential unsightliness of, everything behind it. I'd say you guys are on the right track. I appreciate the thorough questioning. I appreciate you guys seeking to understand. And then also, something that came out last time is potential things that in the order of operations, some of the things that don't really require due diligence till after like the formal approval is given. Again, kind of relates back to the school system and everything. The fact that all of you are pulling those questions ahead to get clarity on those before there's potential issues on holding them accountable. All that to say is I appreciate it. You're on the right track, and as a citizen, I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Jorge Buzinski, Nicholsville. I know some people spoke from the heart. I'm an engineer. I'm going to speak with the facts.
Can
Okay.
get your address too for the record?
591 Montrose Drive.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Looking at the plans, the development plans, I mean, it seems like there is a lot of interference with property lines. The drainage is not well defined. As I understand it, drainage was calculated by about 3.9 acre feet of water. That I believe is by a 25-year event. With the design of the drainage system we have behind these people's home, that's not enough. That's going to flood it. I suggest you look into 50-year event, okay? That's one. The other one is the blasting. The blasting, and I'm going to quote it because sometimes I forget things, okay? The blasting should be should use a pre-survey to understand that there is no sinkholes or anything like that could produce more damage. Dreaming that that's going to be easier for drainage is pie in the sky. Okay, that's bad engineering. The engineering, talking about engineering, the engineering firm that designed our draining system that is behind these people homes design it incorrectly. It's not sufficient again. So another thing is the city is building, well, in the city, they're building 100 homes in Green Hills, townhomes, okay? They run for about 500 grand. These ones here, Windtree have about 600 homes. There are about 2 cars per home. I mean, it's about 1,400 cars. We're increasing a lot of the traffic, okay? And that's a school zone. So that's a safety issue right there. So we urge you to put a stop, first of all, review the engineering, which is seriously lacking actually. Also, the permit, what's the permit, the construction permit is going to include. Whatever is not included in the final construction permit, I tell you by experience, it's not addressed afterwards if there is an issue. So we hope that our elected officials listen to our concerns and help us out, okay? We're not against progress. We're trying to work together to prevent the progress creating an issue to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Alexis Freyeisen, 3021 Nicholsville and 523 Montrose, both houses in Nicholsville community, backing out the project. Look, you've heard from us a lot, and I'm going to go a little bit off script, which might be a mistake for a French person, but I'm just concerned, and I've seen a lot. I visited about 50 countries. I invested in a number of different areas at the pace at which you're building Mount Juliet. Significant growth, which I think is overlooking the interests of the current residents. The current issues that we have in certain communities that have just not been finished. Some of you came to visit, and I appreciate you for coming to visit and see the issues we have. I mean, when it comes to drainage, we have a hard rain, and we have water up to our front door, right? So think about the structural impact this is having on our homes. And I'd like to believe that we'll be able to solve it, but unless we fix the current issues, I don't believe that adding a set of townhomes, a set of infrastructure on top of the existing houses will solve anything. So again, I'd like to request that we look into releasing some public funds to address these issues before we move the Elliott's Reserve project forward. And again, just the proof, and we've sort of highlighted, we've shown you pictures, we've shown you videos, we've talked about houses in the entrance of the community that are sort of left up to the new developer to design, right, without any care for what the current design code are, and then all of it is basically a lack of oversight of developers. And I'm really concerned that this fast growth that we're pushing forward here in Mount Juliet is affecting the oversight we have on developers. So again, I'm a committed citizen to this community. I'm invested in 4 houses since I moved here in 2021. I believe in the growth in Mount Juliet. I can see the growth from the demand side. I'm concerned when it comes to the supply side, and I'm concerned when it comes to the quality of the supply. And the oversight that, generally speaking, we have on those current communities. I mean, if I just take a step back and think, I mean, there's tons of available land. If we wanted to build a community, there's land available. Why do we have to do it on top of a field that is not flat, that's going to have to be blasted? There's already tons of issues, unhappy residents. What does it have to be done here? Right? Why can't it be done somewhere else? There's just a lot of land. So again, thank you for listening to us. I hope you will take some of it home and then think about the existing issues before a new project.
Thank you, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Diane Jernell. I live at 3571 Murfreesboro Road in Lebanon. And I would just like to speak as a real estate agent. I do a lot of business in Mount Juliet. And I just want to speak on this property has been zoned commercial since the late 80s, I think. There could be a lot of things there, like big box stores. There could be Section 8. There could be lots of different things there. The property's been for sale for 10 years, and I totally get concerned citizens because I sell houses every day, and people will ask, is this field going to be vacant forever? Well, I don't know if it's going to be vacant forever. 99% of the time, it's not going to be vacant very long, actually. So, and I get the 2% interest rates. Totally understand that. It's disheartening. But, you know, progress is progress. And I know that Michelle, the owner, her family lived there forever since she was a child. And this property's been for sale. She's turned down several things because she didn't think it was the right thing for Mount Juliet. And for people to think that the townhomes won't sell, we're already getting phone calls from interested people that want to buy up there. They're excited. People are saying that this is could be 55 plus friendly, which Mount Juliet doesn't have townhomes for people like me. I'm in that category. So, you know, there's a lot of positive, and it could be a really ugly business up there if it were just commercial. I mean, it could be anything. It could be poultry, pigs. It could be a lot of things up there that, you know, if a business wants to come in and build that kind of business, because it is commercial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nicole Delgado, 3031 Nicholsville. I'm one of those houses that's bought over there because I liked having that field behind me and looking at the barn every winter when the leaves fall off the trees. I'm also one of those houses that's at the bottom of a hill, and I had to put a French drain in out of my own pocket because my backyard floods every time there's a big rain. I really should have 2 French drains in my yard. And, you know, I try to figure out how, when it comes time for me to sell that, I could tell people there's 2 French drains on this property, but everything's fine. And now we're asking that same engineering firm to grade property that's right behind all of us that have those French drains. And we're just all very concerned about it. I know in the last bit of homes in Nicholsville were being sold, the last 14 that were built by Eastland, we were told there was a long waiting list for those homes too. Several of them stayed on the market for about 8 months afterwards. So that list that we always hear about and excited buyers, I don't believe it until I see the sold sign. We have the houses at the front of our community as well. The first 2 of those, I believe, are still for sale. They've been vacant for several months now. I'm not sure necessarily that Mount Juliet can support this 600 to 800,000 price point that's being discussed, and I feel like the price point is probably going to drop by 25%, and it would be nice if we would be notified of it and know about that before it happens, or in other instances like Herd Road where it was sold to investors and they're being rented out. I love where I live. I have faith in you all that the right decision will be made for the current residents of Mount Juliet. I support local small businesses. I do wonder with the grading, are those small businesses that are going to be down at the bottom of that hill flood every time it rains, since some of that water is going to be diverted that way rather than towards us. So there's just a lot of concerns that we have that we are hoping you all take into consideration before making this final vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Weiss Klessig, 515 Montrose.
Thank you.
I guess I want to go out there and say commercial stuff, great. I would love to see more commercial stuff. Again, small businesses, whatever the case may be. But when it comes to these houses and townhouses, I have been finding out more and more every day. They're right in my backyard. I believe there's pictures handed out to you of 2 fences there. that one fence is mine, and that's where the main area would be of whatever drainage they're planning to do to make this work. I have been told that in order to do that, my fence would have to be ripped down, my yard would be ripped up. I have dogs. That backyard is their haven. I cannot not have a fence back there. I cannot not have it ripped up for how many months at a time. The blasting and everything, just not something that I would go for. And to have my yard be ripped up is not something I'm going to want either. I already own like how many feet behind my fence that I can't touch or use. So, I'm not going to be very open to having all of this come in too. The drainage issues, as was stated before, that we have now need to be dealt with and fixed before you come in and make even more drainage issues. We also had to put in additional French drains after the fact, and we still have issues on both sides of our house and a bit in the backyard where the French drains are. So a lot more needs to be thought about with the current issues going on in this area before, you have all these new things going on up above my house where, my backyard is nice and private right now. And, I'll have new townhouses coming in. They'll be looking down at me. My privacy will be gone. And I'm, not going to shut my blinds to close them out. I live there. I bought my house because I like the backyard being private like that. And I know my neighbors do also. So I guess bottom line is, please think about what needs to be done before anything new can even be started. Again, commercial, great, bring it on in. But I don't think building townhouses up there and houses up there, that just doesn't look like a good area to do it. And it just needs to be thought through more. And I mean, if we have to bring in, attorneys or whatever, in order to keep my yard out, then
Ma'am,
so
what
be it.
was your address again?
515.
So you're the
Montrose.
property that's directly
Yeah.
east of the culvert. So it runs between you and 513?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we will close citizen comments and we will move to commissioner reports and comments. I'll recognize Vice Mayor Trevette.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all the families that are here tonight, also online. Also want to thank all the different groups that came out tonight to share, like what their impact is to our city, from the suicide awareness, the Constitution month, and then of course Dolly Parton's books birth. My son was actually part of that program, so it's always great seeing little ones in the audience tonight. It's great to see them, and that's our next generation right there. So it's great that they're coming out to see what mom and dad's doing, even though they may not understand it, but they're still here. So that's great. Anyways, also just, obviously like this past week, like we actually had the parks meeting. Just want to thank all the, the park staff, the police and fire. They actually had the cruise in this past weekend, and I hear it was a great turnout. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Had some other conflict of meetings, but I know some of the other commissions were there. So it was great to hear that we had a great turnout there. Also, just want to remind everyone, obviously, for everyone that's coming out here tonight, there's a lot of things that we take into consideration. Obviously, it's really important for us to know, to hear what's going on with your community. I can tell you right now, this commission, every time a project does come up, we are looking at, how can we make it better? Obviously, these landowners, like they own the land. They have the right to sell, and if it's zoned one way, you may get, what that land is already used for, right? That's part of, having the right to, to sell your property here in the United States. You've got, you've got a plan that's already in place when you purchase that land and how it's zoned. And then of course, when folks come in and they sell their land, they sell their property, they want to come in and ask different departments like us, to change these areas. So all this is to, take it into a lot of consideration, and how do we make it a good product, right, for our city, our citizens, and also for the next generation. So again, I know it's kind of a nerve wracking to get up there and talk. Some of us are not public speakers, me being one of those. I'm just here to have fun and at the same time do what's right for our citizens. So it's just great that, see everybody come up and talk about it. But to go back to, what this city is all about, it's all about community. And I would like to highlight the parks, just because there's so many things that's going on. And there's been a lot of residents that have reached out to me, of course, with the concerns of the development, but also concerns about, like, what is it that we're doing here with our city? What does that next chapter look like? And so I'm just going to highlight a couple of quick things that our parks director, Rocky Lee, and his staff have been doing a great job, and also some things that are coming up. Let's see here. We've got the annex building that's out there with the toddler yard and the playground. That's been a big push. Great job to all of his staff for getting that up and running. I would like to remind everybody about movie night. We got 2 more left for September. So the little ones that are wanting to have fun with their mom and dad, get out there and have fun. It's a good time. I think Shrek's coming in, so it'd be a good time for the little ones there. 7:30 on the 13th. So just make sure we think about the little ones there. The Veterans Wall Memorial, obviously there was a group here tonight that was talking about our seniors, citizens, and then of course our veterans. So it's always great for us to, have a memorial there for, for all of our citizens that, that have laid their lives down for giving us the opportunity to do what we do and every day. So I just want to give them thanks. Also, one last thing, there's so many different things that's going on out there with, the parks in our city. Our staff here, between all the different departments, they do a really great job at pushing out all the updates, whether if it's the development, the road improvements, our first responders. Please get on the website. There's a lot of information. There's always an opportunity for us to fill the gap and for you to show up and just take part with our city. So, it's all about community strong, and it's also about just making sure that we have just our families that get together and unite as one. So thank you guys all again for being here, and thanks for all the phone calls and the emails. I think I did miss one gentleman that was here tonight. I seen his email, but I thought he was collaborating with his other homeowners. So my apologies. I know I missed you, sir. But other than that, I think I've crossed my T's and dot my I's, and I appreciate everybody just letting me know, your concerns also. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. We'll recognize Commissioner Hefner for his comments and reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everybody coming out, and those watching online. And your input is welcome here, at least at my desk. And I'm sure I can speak for everybody else at this table. I want to thank all the volunteers. We had a great event this weekend, celebrate Mount Juliet. All the volunteers, all the sponsors, everyone that came out, the vendors and the entertainers did a fantastic job. So appreciate all the hard work that went into that. It was a tremendous success. I know we were competing with college football weekend Saturday, so I think the attendance may have been down slightly from years past, but given college football, competing with that was probably a little rough. We have Samantha Burnett. I want to welcome her. She hadn't been mentioned. She's our new city attorney, if nobody knows. So I want to welcome Samantha to her first BOC meeting. Also, we've got some friends. Actually, thoughts and prayers to Barry Butch Wilmore, who's a Mount Juliet native, and his colleague that's stuck up in space. Thoughts and prayers. Please keep them in mind. I think he's scheduled to come back. They're scheduled to come back in February. So until then, just keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Also, too, tomorrow we have I want to call it a workshop of sorts, or a town hall for the proposed a new youth recreational center. That's going to be a Just Love Cafe. And of course, we're looking for all members of the community to come out, provide some feedback on what they would like to see. So input is welcome at that event. I believe it starts at 8:30. You're looking at me like I'm sorry? 5 to 7 is when it is, and it is tomorrow, correct? Okay. Sheila's looking at me like I'm okay. And then one last thing, I just want to comment. I'm going to say a little bit more about this when it comes up on the reading. This development, there's been a lot of I don't want to say misinformation, but conflicting information from what I've been receiving, both from the Nichols Vales residents and what we're hearing internally with staff. So I hope I'm going to try to rectify some of that this evening. Because I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert engineer. I'm not a specialist in stormwater. I'm not a specialist in seismographs or blasting, but we are making a big difference when it comes to blasting, which I can talk about a little bit more later on this evening. But just know I try to base my decisions based on facts and not gut feelings. I think that's the only way you can really go about it. When we're talking about emergency service vehicles not being able to go up a road, I'd like to hear from our fire chief to see if that's actually the case, right? The blasting, I mean, that's another thing. Is it going to create more problems? Potentially it could. I'd like to hear from our experts on that. So again, we can't sit up here and, at least me, I speak for myself, and say, gosh, this doesn't feel right to me. I got to go based on facts. And I try to do that with every project that comes across the desk here. So just know that I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. I wasn't here for the first reading, but I'm going to catch up this evening. So appreciate everybody coming out. Appreciate all the emails, all the phone calls, and all the input you provided. It really means a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll recognize Commissioner Mullally for her comments and report.
Thank you. Again, appreciate everyone's attendance tonight. I loved seeing this room full. Get me before I put my glasses on. Yeah, I attended Celebrate Mount Juliet with my grandson. I took him to do some kid things, and he had fun, but he spent most of his time in the sand, the volleyball pit, and the creek looking for salamanders. But on the community discussion meeting for tomorrow night, it just love for input on the rec center. So was the time changed? Yeah, 6:30, 7:30. I was like, no, wait a minute. Yeah, 6:30 to 7:30 at Just Love. And if you decide to come, please consider buying food there, because they're not open during this time and they're willing to host the event after hours. So please consider having dinner there. Let's see, we're having a BOC budget work session on October 2nd here at 5:30. Our animal shelter here in the city, when we get to the grants part, you'll notice they're not included. So we don't have money as a grant going to our nonprofit part of the animal shelter. So we're having a pickleball tournament to raise money for that. And it's called Pickles for Pups. If you play pickleball, it's on October 5th. Registration is open, so consider registering for that. It raises money for the veterinary care for the animals in the animals that they have in their care at the time. So that's the reason we have the pickleball tournament, is for that reason, because we don't have money in the budget for that. Hope that makes sense. Let's see. And I have some other things, but I'm going to wait and bring those up during the project itself. So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll recognize Commissioner Justice for his comments and report.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Rocky Lee and the folks down at the Charlie Daniels Park and the park system for the Celebrate Mount Juliet that took place over the weekend on Saturday. It was amazing to see the crowd out there. It was great music. So happy to get to see. I think it's Sweet and Three, but of course my favorite was I call her the Duchess of District 3. Sheree Hefner was on stage and singing, and was amazing as always. So that was had a booth out there. I want to thank everybody for those that came out to the booth, and was glad to see everybody. Would also like to thank the fire department, police department, the volunteers, everybody that made that happen. There was a lot of work went into that and goes into it every year. So it's great when we get to see all those people out there, and then we get to see the people of Mount Juliet come out and enjoy their hard work. So to Rocky Fire Department, Police Department, all the volunteers, thank you very much for being out there. There was a question during the when we were having citizen comments a little bit earlier, and it was about the urban growth boundary and why Cedar Creek Yacht Club was being added. Cedar Creek Yacht Club was actually added in 1992. That's not anything recent. What did happen was they added a section of the Cedar Creek Yacht Club to complete the whole parcel of property. And part of that is Corps of Engineers property, and was added into this last urban growth boundary. That is not something that we are annexing. It is something that falls under the Planning Commission's urban growth plan and how they address growth 20, 30, 40, or even 50 years. So not to bring that into the urban growth boundary is pretty irresponsible. And that's the reason we did it. There was also some conversation made, and I kept noticing that there is a lot of people that think that we are growing rapidly in Mount Juliet, and we've got a lot of fast growth coming in, and that's probably was the case up until about 2020. We had 39,289 that was the census, and then everybody talks about how fast Mount Juliet is growing, and they base that on the traffic that they see, by the way. In 2024, we did a special census, and that special census was 40,430. That means that in a period of 4 years, we grew our city by 1,141 people. That's 2.8% growth. City of Lebanon is enjoying, I think, something along the lines of 7% growth, and then Wilson County is around 7%, and then Wilson County is around 11% growth. We actually grew smaller, or by a smaller portion, than anywhere else in Wilson County. Now, one of the things that you haven't noticed or that you haven't thought about when you see the traffic out here, Highway 109, when you get off of I-40 onto Highway 109 is a mess. Anybody been down that way, you've probably seen that. It's jacked up. So what's happened now is that all the folks that were going down to 109 getting off the interstate decided it is a whole lot quicker to come down Mount Juliet Road, turn right, and go to Gallatin by going down Lebanon Road. As weird as that sounds, but if you've been to 109 at 40, you know it's messed up there, and they sit in 30 and 45 minutes sometimes in traffic just waiting to get off the interstate. We also have the same problem over in the area that is south Mount Juliet, coming through Providence, where we've got 2 lanes going in 4 lanes and 4 lanes going into 2 lanes. And if you go and look at some of the traffic stations over there that TDOT's put out, we've got about 15,000 people a day that is coming across the Hobson Pike Bridge. They're coming over to Mount Juliet because it's quicker for them to get on I-40 and go into Nashville than it is to sit in that parking lot they call I-24 over there. So what we've done, we've created good infrastructure over the years for the people who lived here. What we didn't do is we did not create good infrastructure for all the people that are messed up by TDOT's lack of ability to get the job done and creating problems in other locations. That's what's happened. I see some people going, yeah, they're not in your head. That is true. And there's folks out there that know it. They're realizing it more and more every single day. TDOT was like a lot of others. They've been hit by the COVID with the gas tax that they've got out there. With less people traveling, there's less gas tax coming in. And my last conversation with one of them is that they had $30 billion in projects to be done, but they've only got $15 billion to get those $30 billion in projects done. So they don't have the money to do all the stuff that needs to be done. They're wanting us to do more and more and more. So keep that in mind when you see the traffic, and I'll use our old traffic engineer, Andy Barlow, made one of the most profound statements I believe I've ever heard when he said, if you're griping about the traffic that you're sitting in, you are the traffic you're sitting in. I kind of appreciated Andy saying that when he did. Want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for all your comments. I promise you we're taking those into consideration when we make our decisions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. With that, we will recognize our city manager for his comments and report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Board of Commissioners, Vice Mayor, Mayor. Thanks for everybody that's here tonight watching online, and those that couldn't be here and that are home tonight. First and foremost, I want to thank our elected body, all of our businesses, the citizens of Wilson County for showing such respect and love and admiration for the officer that lost his life in Lebanon. And that comes directly from the family and also the city of Lebanon and their police department. That was a class act, as always, by the city of Mount Juliet and its citizens. So thank you so much for that. Secondly, I'd like to welcome Miss Sam Burnett, our attorney there that you see. Sam's a very smart lady. She's also a former police officer, firefighter, and I think paramedic. So she does all those things. Very, very smart. Her husband and I refer to as a hero, as I do all people that protect safety and the things that we do, firefighters, EMS, and police department, because they're the ones that keep us safe. And what is the number one priority? Human beings and the citizens that we call our friends and neighbors. And so we want to put you guys first, but she's also a very smart lady, but we hired her mainly because she's a heck of a human being. And if you hire a heck of a human being, all the other stuff that follows with it goes hand in hand. So thank you, Miss Sam, for you and your family and your precious husband, who is, I think I mentioned, is also a very distinguished law enforcement professional himself. So thank you for believing in our city, for believing in our citizens, and for just 35 short years ago, I've come to the city as a police officer. And about half the people in this room called me Barney Fife, and I'm still Barney Fife to this very day. So thank you very much. So thank you for that. And also I'd like to give a shout out and echo that everything that everybody said up here today about all the other things in the parks and things of that nature. We live in a very blessed community. It's a wonderful city, and a lot of cities would love to have a city like Mount Juliet. A lot of communities across the country would love that, and I sure appreciate it. And also, I'd like to give a shout out to the two precious babies over there. I don't know if y'all noticed it or not, but they've been here all night, and I have 4 grandbabies, and I can tell you, keeping children quiet for that long a period of time, Mom and Daddy, well done. Well done. You've raised 2 precious babies over there, so you deserve kudos. And on top of that, they're absolutely precious. So thank you so much. That shows just how blessed we are in Mount Juliet, and I'm going to conclude my comments with that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll move into the business portion of our agenda. We will start with 11A, which is an ordinance to amend the land use map and plan of the city of Mount Juliet. Have a motion? And a second. The item's on the table. I guess my first question is to staff. We have a new updated map from 9/5/24. What happened to the old map, the original one? I don't know who's the best. Ms. Hamlin? Yeah. Please.
I'll be happy to answer your question. At the last meeting, Commissioner Justice had asked our previous attorney, Mr. Marchetti, about changing that property's designation from no designation to CNS. And Mr. Marchetti had researched that and gave us the green light for that. So we have done that under the advisement of Mr. Justice's request. I do have a copy of the previous map if you guys needed to see that also.
So that's the one we're actually on right now, as far as what we passed on first reading.
Correct. You passed this on first reading.
Correct. Okay. So I don't know if anybody needs that from first reading, or because the copy in the packet is not been considered by the board. It's just a proposal. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Mullally.
I have a question because based on the conversations at the first reading, for the Corps of Engineers property. So Gino came back and said that we can include that in our urban growth boundary, even though it's a Corps of Engineers. Was that the decision?
I don't think there's an issue with the urban growth boundary. I'll let Ms. Burnett, if she wants to weigh in.
That's correct. We can add it to the urban growth boundary. We can eventually annex it if that's what they wanted to do. It's a different process versus just a normal private owner asking for it to be annexed. They stay neutral in annexation, so it would be more difficult for the city to annex it, but it can be done.
And so the benefit of including this in our urban growth boundary is what?
I'm sorry. Are you yield the floor to Mr. Justice?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Justice respond. Commissioner?
It's already in the urban growth boundary. That's not the issue. The piece has not been labeled is what it was. And because it's Corps of Engineers property, there's really no need at this point, according to Ms. Burnett. At this point, there's really no need to label it. And that was what my question was, is whether or not we needed to label it anything. It's already in the urban growth boundary. It's just unlabeled because it's core property.
I have a question on that. When we talked about the portion out the lake, we added as part of the urban growth boundary through the planning process.
Yes.
But it had no land use designation.
Correct.
So you were requesting that it be designated a land use?
I was asking if we needed to do that based on what we would want to pull it in and use it for later on down the road. That's all I was asking. And that's when he come back with that answer saying, yes, we could do that. And Ms. Burnett said that we can do that, but it's probably not necessary that we do it at this time, but to wait until we do an annexation process.
So would that mean it comes in just as this, I guess it previously, well, Ms. Hammond, what was the previous designation of the land use on that?
There was no
So
designation.
it's just
Any core
void.
right.
So if they come in through the annexation process, they would immediately have to request a land use amendment to define it as a land use before it could be annexed.
Yes, sir.
But then that brings me back to what Ms. Burnett said, that they're neutral on it. So if they're neutral on it, and under state law has the owner of the property would have to request annexation, how do we even get to that point? And that's, I don't know, this seems like a discussion that doesn't go anywhere no matter what we do.
Actually, if I may.
Commissioner Justice.
Okay, part of that property is on core property. The other portion of it that was brought into the land use plan is the boathouse section, which is commercial property and not core property. Just like Cedar Creek Marina over here is actually core property, but they adhere to our codes and our building standards when they do anything on the marina property, and the Corps defers to us also. So there is some control issues that goes, hand in hand with them doing any kind of building over there. The boathouse itself is commercial. The only piece of commercial property over there is the boathouse, and Corps has part of that property, just like the Cedar Creek Marina now, which was kind of prompted my question to begin with.
I understand. All right. Any other questions or comments? Vice Mayor.
So just to understand this, so is the landowner the one asking for this, or is this sponsored by you, or just to get us some understanding? Because obviously if we're looking to add this property in, would that be something that the landowner would do, or is that just something that we just automatically put it in there? I'm just trying to understand, because I know typically when we get into a situation where we're trying to, bring in, somebody's lot or property, it's always being sponsored, I thought. Isn't that the case? Well, the water was brought in, correct, but not the land.
The property itself, and because part of the property is commercial property that is not core, it is a combination core and private ownership.
The land itself.
Okay.
The land itself, we extended, I think, to get the docks or the storage that was floating in the water.
Right.
So we extended the land use to include that, but it excluded the land use. This is not an annexation. I know everybody out there's eyes are glassing over on this one, but We have to extend the land use map in order for it to potentially be annexed at the request of the owner. If the owner was to request annexation, which will be the core, this is adoption of a map. This has been a 2-year process or so, working out this map with all the municipal entities, the county as well, to agree on this map. What's before us is second reading on adoption of the map. The map before us has the water portion as undefined land use. And if we adopt the map as it is, that will extend the urban growth boundary. That portion on the water will have an undefined land use on it. So if the Corps was to request annexation, they would first have to request a land use amendment to change it from nothing to something.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we're at. And please throw something at me if I summarized that incorrectly.
Well, and
Commissioner Justice.
With the urban growth boundary map that we included that piece into, my question was, do we need to label that unlabeled piece? It's already been added to the map, and this is just our final adoption of what everybody else in the county has already approved. But that piece was brought in unlabeled. So that's all we're doing at this point, is just bringing it in. Then if they want to annex it later, 30, 40 years down the road, fine.
Vice Mayor.
All right, so I'm gonna go back to, I have 2 more questions, which, so the map that was presented tonight, is this the same map? Because you said that there was some changes. Is that correct?
The what's in the packet here is labeled Final Urban Growth Boundary Map 9524.
But the map changed, correct?
That's a revised version of the map that was on first reading. This map that's in part of the packet has not been adopted.
So
What's before us here is what passed on first reading, which is the original map that Ms. Hamlin has copies of.
Okay, so we're only voting on tonight for the original. And can I see that real quick, if you don't mind? And Cedar Creek is not on that. Is that correct?
Ms. Hamlin?
Ms. Hamlin, I'm sorry. Part of it is, part of it isn't.
So the urban growth boundary has already been updated. Tonight, we're just talking about land use designations. That map that you have in your hand has no designation for core property.
Okay. All right. And then
It's the land use for water.
that's it. Just want to make sure I understood, because if not, it wouldn't be the first, it wouldn't be the second reading. It'd be a sub or a revised first. Okay. And then my last question, which would be back to our first responders, I guess, or maybe we get some clarification from staff. But so if we do this for the land side, if it does come back in, how does this work for the first responders with the homeowner that actually asked about it tonight, with the 300 homes that are going to be built out there that are part of, I believe, the county, not the city? So I understand that, but is there any concern there, just to be able to answer the homeowner's question, I guess, because there was a concern about, providing police and fire out there if this becomes ever annexed. It's such a, it's literally on its own island. So if we go ahead and we do this tonight, will this create another burden on our first responders to go all the way out past, instead of having the county, basically provide services? So I'd like to get some clarification, not only if Commissioner wants to talk about it, but from somebody else that would be able to enlighten me on this as well, just to be able to answer the questions for the homeowners that are in the audience and myself.
Well, the urban growth map's not going to have any impact on first responders.
Okay.
The only impact that could come as a result of the urban growth boundary is if the Board of Commissioners was to choose to annex property out there in the future. I think Ms. Hamlin's point, the map's been adopted. This is just to clarify what the land use is that it comes in under.
Okay.
So if we adopt this one with it being undefined, or if we'd adopt it with it being something else, it really doesn't change anything. The point to the 300 was I think he was speaking to the distance from the current fire station out there on this. And this is going to be further, but this is not an annexation of any of that property out there to put any additional thing on it. We'll create another map for us in the filing cabinet.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Any motions? All right. All in favor of 11A on second reading, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 11A passes. Next item is 12A, an ordinance to rezone the property located at 4470 Old Lebanon Dirt Road, map 77, parcel 26, from OPS to RS40. Have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on 12A? Hearing none, all in favor of 12A, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12A passes with a vote of 5-0. If there's no objection, I'll read 12B and C together. Commissioner Mullally, was that an objection?
Yes.
Okay, we will read 12B and C separately then. 12B is an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as Elliott's Reserve located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road, map 53, parcel 101.01 and 102 from thoroughfare commercial to mixed use. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second? I'll second. 12B is on the table. Any questions or comments on 12B? Commissioner Lady.
I completely believe in property owners' right to sell their property. Sometimes it's fitting, sometimes it's not. I did go out and visit the site and looked at the property up there. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. And I understand why homeowners bought there. And a lot of times, like we've had people say, well, that cul-de-sac, they told us that that cul-de-sac would never build out or whatever. So I understand why you bought that property. It is very beautiful. As far as just the land use vote, I completely like all of the commercial, but understand that that's not likely to happen without the multifamily component. So that boils down to justifying a yes vote. I honestly cannot justify a yes vote for me. I don't think this is the right place for the townhomes. Looking at it, I just don't see, I just can't see it. The land use does not support multifamily on this property. And as far as just the land use vote, I personally cannot justify a yes vote. So I'm going to be a no on the land use. Something was mentioned as far as Section 8 possibility. I don't know where that came from or what that means. So I might bring that up again on the rezone. So that's my position on the land use amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else comments? We ready to vote on the land use? All right. All in favor of 12B, which is to change the land use, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so 12B carries. The land use is adopted on second reading. I'll read 12C, which is an ordinance to rezone 22.64 acres of property at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road, map 53, parcel 101.01 and 102 from CG and CR to CMU PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for Elliott's Reserve. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second? Second. All right. 12C is on the table. Is there anyone who'd like the floor, or are we ready to vote? Commissioner Justice.
I've had numerous conversations today about some of the issues. Matter of fact, I've written all this down that we need to discuss. There was first of all, one of the conversations that I had with Ms. Hamblin today was talking about the 20-foot buffer that exists currently in the Nichols Vale section, and the 20 feet that is in the backyard, basically, of the Nichols Vale homeowners over there. And we talked about that. If you can get the homeowners association, they would come in and ask that that buffer be, and how would we word that? Where were we? From a
Ms. Hamlin?
Sure. So the HOA would ask for relief from that required 20-foot buffer, and that would give them the opportunity to remove that buffer from their yard if they so choose.
Okay, so they would actually become the owner of that 20 feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They own the 20 feet, but the HOA is responsible for that being there. So
And my understanding
it's a
is
law that it's there, right?
Okay.
Our law requires it to be there.
so that is unrelated to this, but that is something that we've discussed. I've discussed with some of the residents over there. So that would eliminate that buffer on the outside perimeter. There was another condition we were talking about, and I talked to Mr. Schemenzer this morning and this afternoon, actually about 6 times today, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And we talked about the perimeter setbacks. You and I talked about that as well. And we're talking about a minimum 25-foot perimeter setback, and that takes care of both side and rear setbacks. So then the buffer would be 20 feet, and then there would be 5 additional feet. Then the 20-foot buffer that exists currently, that makes at least minimum 45 feet from the homeowners in Nichols Vale's property line. Is that correct? Approximates.
I cannot attest to how far that will be because I don't have an exhibit. So I would like to answer one question that was brought to the podium tonight, if that's okay, about that buffer, just to explain it to our residents. So you have a 20-foot buffer that we do not allow in yards anymore, like you guys are subject to. It's terrible, and I apologize that it was ever approved that way. We have learned from our mistakes, and we're moving forward from that. The difference in this development is it is townhomes, so they don't own a yard. So there's no yard for them to move out of. I hope that makes sense to you. And the difference between single family residential and a townhome. So the townhomes those townhome owners will only own their footprint. So they don't actually own a yard. I hope that makes more sense.
Which is why there's no
Correct.
other property line to place a buffer.
Correct. Thank
It's all
you.
a common property line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was another condition, and I want to make sure this is already read in, Shane, if I may. We were talking about the size of the retention area for water. I asked you if it was a problem, if it were doubled from what the original plan was, and I also talked to developers. They said they did not have a problem doubling that, so that the water coming off, and I think the size was reduced down to 1.8 or 1.9 acres, and then that would go into the retention pond. And I don't remember whether we did or not, make that a 100-year flood event that would be planning for. Is that correct?
Item number 15 under Public Works, which is a 100-year flood.
100-year
standard.
floodplain. So that was codified, correct? Okay. All right. Is there a plan, or do we need to ask the developer about this? I want to make sure there is a plan in place. Ms. Beamer talks about the property that runs between her. I think there's 2 fences, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's a culvert that goes under the road. Is that correct? And what we're talking about the developer doing is encapsulating that water out of the retention pond, coming down through and under the road and down to the bottom of the hill where the other detention pond is in Nichols Vale. Is that correct, Shane?
Guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Ms. Hamlin's mic, the mic's up here, and just let everybody up here just kind of go round table. If you're called on, just don't wait for me to acknowledge you on this one like we normally would, to try to keep it, because as we go through this PUD process, I think we got a lot of back and forth that we have to do to get this. You know, we wouldn't normally do that on most items, but the PUDs we need a lot of comments from staff. And I'd also request that if we have a representative from the project here with the engineering firm, if you want to come on up to the podium and just be on standby up here as well, because I know Commissioner Justice and I know probably everybody up here is going to have some rapid fire questions for everybody. So we just want to go through this and make sure we got everything that we can
Thank you, Mayor.
covered here.
One question I do want to ask Ms. Hamlin, the current 20-foot conservation buffer, is that individual property owners or is that the ownership of the HOA as a PUD or PUDE?
It would be the HOA's responsibility.
So it would be treated as a PUDE.
Yes.
So a suggestion with the developer going above and beyond was to encapsulate or hard pipe in the flow from the detention pond around the townhomes through the existing culvert out into the Nicholsville subdivision. That is correct. There were easements in place where work could be done if any additional disturbance is anticipated. Those easements would have to be obtained from the property owners by the development. But considering the circumstances around the development, this was an agreement that staff accepted from the developer. So yes, to answer your question, yes.
So, and I've seen numerous emails back and forth, trains of emails back and forth talking about how it would be, people would be ripping up yards, the pipe would be ripped up, fences be ripped up, all of that. Do we talk to the developer as to how that process is going to take place so we can set these folks' minds at ease?
Yes, sir. The thing that is guaranteed per the final plat of this phase of Nicholsville is that there is a 10-foot PUDE that runs between the homes that is for drainage. So that pipe is there within an easement that.
Just a drainage easement then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I step in on that? Going through lot 313 and 315, where it comes between those in Nicholsville, I don't know how close those houses are. They're pretty close there. It's RS10 base zoning on it. It comes down through there, but as it gets closer to the road, it takes an angled turn to line up with the storm drain out there, which crosses through, looks to me like the front yard of 313. So the question's got to, in my mind, got to be answered. Is that pipe adequate as it is, or are we talking about ripping that up? And if that's a requirement that be ripped up and the owner from 313 says, you're not coming through my yard, how is that resolved? Is there really an easement coming through there? Because that pipe takes an angled turn through the front yard.
I'm looking at the survey shown, and that is within the front setback, which is also a PUDE. I would, once we move along in the process with the full drainage report, I will be asking the development to assess the system downstream, which would be these pipes, to see if they do need to be upsized or not.
Okay. Well, we don't know about the current capacity on that. Well, that's a question we can't answer at this point.
That is correct based on the flow coming in.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner.
No, you're fine. No. I'm looking over my notes here. We talked about the minimum 25-foot perimeter setbacks, the roadway. Todd, can you talk about that? The roadway with the access lane versus kind of what we did in some of the other locations that we talked about this afternoon.
Yeah, we talked this afternoon about the grade of that road. So they're proposing a 12% grade with the assumption that it was an access lane. Based on the unit count in the ADP, this is more closely an access street. However, staff has in the past supported variances to exceed your maximum grade as long as it was supported by our first responders. And fire has not indicated that the 12% would be an issue, which is good because 12% is allowable for access lanes, which are public streets in Mount Juliet. So they're not fully exceeding our standard. This road, and this is a private road, but it's kind of a tweener where the code doesn't have a true classification for it. It's on that line in between an access lane and an access street. So my recommendation would be to support that variance to exceed grade while maintaining the rest of the standards for an access street.
Okay. Come on. Okay. So is that your recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we need to put that in the form of a?
I'm not aware where that was captured here on it because I'm seeing it's not one I had marked.
This is an issue that came up today. It would have come up at FMDP as we got more detailed drawings and we had a roadway profile.
If I may give you some backstory on that, there was another one of the emails that came through that indicated that the slope was 18 to 20%. And so when I looked at that email, that email, it kind of created, the email kind of created some concern. So I went to our fire chief, Mr. Folks, and I talked to Todd and I talked to Shane about that. And it turns out the maximum was only 12%. One of the emails, and this is some of the information that we got, I believe that may have kind of caused some
Saying
confusion.
the maximum is 12% currently.
Currently. Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, it was actually indicated that the maximum was 18%, and we found out that that was not correct, that it was actually 12%. So this plan would allow for the road to be an access street, but using the slope regulation for an access lane. Is that not correct? Or have I got that backwards, Todd?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, all right. So would y'all be asking for a 2% variance on that to allow that road to be a street rather than a lane and call for the regulations?
But the base of the concern was the fire department.
Yes, sir. I talked to Chief
We happen
Folks
to have our fire chief up here. Got a seat for you as well, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I spoke to our Fire Marshal, Brent Waymeyer, several weeks back when we were approached with this. 18% grade, yes, we would have a big issue with that. 12% grade, we've got city streets that are in existence now that are at a 12% grade, as well as smaller. Our biggest issue, not dry weather or anything like that at all, it's when we have a snow event. We would like additionally in the requirements that come forward with that is this to be maintained as a public access would be for other businesses or where the public access is to, since it is a private road, that they would be required to, remove the snow and ice from the roadway or treat that roadway, since we would not be treating it ourselves under public works.
Okay. All right. Does that capture what you were after?
As far as the public safety aspect of it, yes, sir.
I think I'm hearing two things that need to be codified, though.
What were they?
Well, the grade, the 2% variance.
Correct.
And maintaining of the streets.
So would that be the amendment then, that we would amend that to allow for variance of 2% and that these covenants and restrictions from the HOA would require them during inclement weather to treat the roads as a public street? Is that correct?
Can you, Ms. Burnett, help us with the suggestions on those wording? I'll let you take a stab at writing them out if you want, or if you have additional questions before you do it.
Well, I will just say that we can't enforce the HOA rules. So including it in the HOA wouldn't, or making them included in the HOA wouldn't help us there.
Would just include it in there and Vice Mayor.
Yeah. So I'm going to go back to the same thing earlier, and thank you for stating that, because I had a feeling, again, it's going to be a burden, it's going to be a cost, and I don't see an HOA being able to maintain these roads to the standards that are going to be required to get these trucks in and out. So is that going to be a burden back on the city? That's what I'm going to be looking at. This is going to take it from being a private road to a public road, and now it's going to be a burden back on the city and a very expensive cost. Not to mention that may increase, the different equipment that you guys are now going to have to be providing on your trucks, on all of your trucks during winter times to be able to accommodate this. So, I mean, would you agree to that?
Yeah, we can typically, because of the weight of the fire truck, go places that other people in vehicles can't go because they are so heavy. They will typically do very well in those. And this past winter, with the major snow event that we had, we didn't have any problem traversing anywhere that we have, getting to calls or otherwise. We didn't have issues with anything. Not to say that we can't have issues in the future. But if the bigger issue with the homeowners association is if we can't get there up to those houses or those townhomes, how are they going to get down or up to their townhome? So I would say it would benefit them tremendously to treat it for snow and ice removal whenever something like that occurs. And with it having a business component, typically businesses have snow and ice removal as part of their plan to make sure that their parking lots are clear where people can come into those avenues as well.
And thanks for bringing that up again, Chief, because that's a big shout out to our staff that had to go out and treat those roads, pre-treat and treat during the ice storms, because I can tell you right now, as big as that truck is and as heavy as it is, it still can skate across ice. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just want to make sure we highlight that because it's going to be a major concern for our safety of our first responders as well as the citizens. So another good reason why this is probably not going to be a great, to give a variance of an additional 2% grading. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go from what's from the guidelines to increase from 10 to 12, correct?
We would be going from the 10% allowed for an access street to the 12% allowed for an access lane.
Okay.
But both are allowable under the code.
Correct. Okay. And right now, are we at 18%? And I guess that's okay.
No, my understanding is that we are at 12% grade is the maximum grade for this
Well,
project.
okay, for the maximum. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for this one question.
I suppose the driveway currently might be 18%, but that's not the plan. But
yeah,
Commissioner Hefner.
You mentioned the fire trucks because of the weight have no problems. What about our ambulances and PD cars that are still emergency service vehicles that are not fire trucks?
Yeah, our ambulances haven't had any problem. They are very heavy as well with all the equipment that they have in the back of them, dual axle and those kind of things. All of our other vehicles, including our quick response vehicles, our squad vehicles that run EMS calls, as well as all of our staff vehicles are four-wheel drive. And I'm pretty sure all of the vehicles that the police department has are four-wheel drive or front-wheel drive that handle in those things and all that they've purchased.
Yeah, I know going up, because they're four-wheel drives, not going to be an issue. My concern is going down.
Yep.
Where you're not necessarily using your wheels to drive down.
Yep.
So obviously ice and snow is going to have a big factor on vehicles going down. I know everybody's kind of focused on more going up, but I'm thinking the opposite, more coming down and sliding out into Lebanon Road or through a gate if they're going to have a gate there.
The more that we rely on private streets and private entrances, the more we're going to have to rely on people to maintain those to where the residents can get in and out. As I mentioned, this has a business component to it as well. So it's imperative that the business treat those lots, those parking lots and those accesses to that to get people into the business as well. And so it's without having city maintained streets, they do a great job for us maintaining those streets. But we have a lot of private streets as well that we have to traverse already. And with more of those coming into play, that presents the issue of them taking their due diligence behind getting into that, or us making sure that we can gain access.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I had a few other things if we're going down
Yep. Go for it.
Thank you. So somebody had mentioned during citizen comments accountability. And where's the accountability? We have as part of our development, we require bonds and also letters of credit. Letters of credits are used in the event that the city, and those are held usually within either a year or 2 years, depending on if it's construction or if it's stormwater or roads. And that's the accountability. If there's a problem that comes up with stormwater or roads, the city typically reaches out to the developer to fix the problem. If the problem's not resolved or fixed, then the city can access those letters of credit and get the work done. by tapping into those LOCs. So that I think speaks to the accountability. If it's not done properly, and we've had conversations with some developers here recently where we've actually have held back their letter of credit until the problems were resolved. So that's how we address the accountability aspect. So I wanted to make sure I addressed that because I know that came up during citizen comments, which was a great point to make. A lot of what my questions I had and clarifications were covered by Commissioner Justice and Commissioner Trevette. I am going to speak and I'm going to make some amendments here to the blasting. I don't know if I can go ahead and start, but I'm going to start with the restriction of blasting within 100 feet. No blasting within 100 feet of a structure, whether that's commercial or residential, and that's made of a motion. So
I'll second. I have a question for the development, though, Mr. Porter. If Commissioner Hefner's amendment here passes, no blasting within 100 feet of a residential structure, and some other government entity tells you that you're free to go and blast away, what are you going to do?
Being that I am the engineer and not the contractor for blasting, I would fall back to the codes, unfortunately, but I do have a bit of say authority potentially to set. We've looked at the blasting portion of this. Most of the excavation work is on the northern side, the commercial side of the project. The upper top of the hill area is not very deep cut. That's the whole purpose, is we're balancing the entire site as a whole. So as far, again, we have the comment on there that Commissioner Hefner has had on several projects so far, which we've I say committed to, and as far as I understand, that's what we're moving forward with. So,
okay, perfect.
Any questions or comments on the amendment? Could you rephrase that, Commissioner Hefner?
So, so no blasting within 100 feet of a structure, whether residential or commercial.
All right. So that's no blasting within 100 feet of any residential commercial structure.
Correct.
All right, that's got a proper second. I recognize Commissioner Justice.
My question is, we've got the typical language that the Chief Folks has put in that I think actually Commissioner Hefner came up with a long time ago about the half blasting. Okay, that part's already in there. I want to make sure this is in addition to that, correct? Okay.
Planning, I believe, 24.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I could read that. People would like to hear it. What's already been captured.
All right, Commissioner.
So this is what's what's on the table right now is going to be added to number 24, planning and zoning conditions, blasting restrictions. All blasting shall be reduced from 2 inches per second to 1 inch per second, effectively reducing the charge by 50% from state maximum. Certified letters will be sent out to all property owners within 500 feet of the development's property line, informing those residents they are entitled to a pre and post blasting inspection. The blasting monitoring company shall hold the contract with the general contractor and not the blasting company. So the seismograph company that's actually monitoring the blasting, that contract has to be between the general contractor, not the company that's actually doing the blasting. We found several years ago that the blasting companies are actually hiring the seismograph companies to monitor their blasting. So there's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. So I changed that. So what we're adding to that is the restriction of no blasting within 100 feet of a residential or commercial structure.
So, Commissioner, I say on the new document that's been amended to item number 25, what you were talking there, but it's an addition to 25.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so it's 25 on the new one?
I think something else got there's another item that slid in and slipped it down one. So
Okay, so it's
I should have it
it's item
20
25.
25 with a 26, but I crossed the 26 out, I think, as a typo, and because we have a 26 beneath it. I'm going to have to recognize our city attorney. I think Ms. Burnett's got some stuff she would like to get off her chest on this subject.
I just wanted to add that this voluntary agreement, adding it to this, that is all well and good, but I will add that there is a state statute that says that the Tennessee laws on blasting supersede, preempt all existing and future city ordinance or regulations relating to blasting.
Are they asking us to do anything with our existing ordinances?
They are. I received a phone call from the Tennessee Fire Marshal's office telling us that our current ordinances that address blasting are in violation of the Tennessee law and they need to be changed.
And that's in the health and welfare of our citizens to remove any restrictions on blasting?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Sure everybody understands that. That's Mr. Justice.
Well, it's a testament to how intelligent our state government is. And yeah, it's disappointing, but here's the problem that I've got. We had this conversation today. I don't know if you were able to get an answer to what we talked about. If we pass a PUD and we attach covenants and restrictions to that PUD, then it becomes part of the ordinance, which is in our case, municipal law. And, you know, if we have an ordinance that is agreed to by the developers and by the city, the PUD being the only way we can actually negotiate these things, is that not binding? We just passed a law.
And you're right. I was able to look into it after we discussed this,
Right.
and it's dependent on what things are in the PUD. Things that PUDs are supposed to address, like zoning issues, what the buildings are supposed to look like, where streets are supposed to go, where the dog park's supposed to go. Those things are enforceable. But other things, such as renting out townhomes, those types of things, we cannot enforce. That's not what PUDs are for.
Okay, so what delineates what we can and cannot enforce?
What the purpose of the PUD is. So what the development, what it's supposed to look like, what's supposed to be included in it. We can't, I give the example of renting. That one's slightly easier just because then we would be stepping on fair housing rules. But that one we cannot enforce. Things that go inside HOAs, we cannot enforce.
What was that about?
Things that go inside of HOAs, we cannot enforce.
So covenants and restrictions we cannot enforce when they're added to the PUD ordinance. They still can't be enforced.
Correct.
So Nichols Vale's HOA decides that they're not going to do anything that their HCCNRs say that they're going to do. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not saying that's the case. But say they're not going to maintain your drainage pipes like they haven't been. We can't hold them responsible for that, even though it creates an issue to the health, safety, and welfare of the people that are in our city and that their development.
There's potential for that to be different. I'm talking about HOA specific rules that we cannot enforce.
I thought we were talking about blasting.
Yeah.
Well, we are.
And by the way, I rarely
That's a good call, Commissioner.
I'm going to do it now. This is about public safety. I don't know if you're familiar with shot rock, but shot rock is when blasting is typically done over, say, an inch, and we've got engineers that can, I'm sure that will prove me wrong. But there's a public safety concern that I have with our current state law, which allows blasters to go up to 2 inches per second. You have developers and blasters that are pushing the envelope of 2 inches per second. You're going to have fly rocks shooting all the way across the county line. So it's not just about reducing and mitigating the potential damage, but it is a public safety concern that I have, where we have developers and blasters out there shooting at 2 inches per second. So that is also a part of the health and well-being of the citizens of Mount Juliet and the neighbors that have to live around these blasters. So I I'm going to disagree, but I have more of a concern with blasting happening at 2 inches per second than I do at an inch. It's just my opinion. So has anybody challenged this yet?
I'm not aware of anyone challenging it. All I can tell you is that the TCA says that Tennessee law on blasting supersedes anything that a city passes relating to it. They regulate blasting, period.
Well, okay.
I do think it was complaint driven though.
Okay.
Yes, that is definitely for sure. Yes.
I'm going to guess by a developer.
I don't think it was any of the neighbors saying you're not blasting me hard enough.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
what we've been doing, has it made a difference?
Yes, it has. Tremendous difference. And I would ask that in addition to the requirements that you listed in item 25, that we include the communications. One of the bigger things that's made a huge difference for us on complaints coming in both to the city and the state is having that advanced communication of the 2 hours before they make a shot. That is enabling us to send that out on MJ alerts. Everybody gets the MJ alerts, and then they can address their pets. They can address the PTSD issues. They know that it's coming, and they can kind of get ready for that situation when they know a blast is coming versus all of a sudden it's here and you're hearing it and you're impacted by it.
Well, let's
These
see
have
if
made
this
a tremendous
passes,
difference.
because if it does, then I've got some more to add to it, but I'm not sure where it stands right now
Yeah,
until we
can I
call
add
for the
one more thing?
vote. So
Just to add one more thing, to be clear, I'm not saying that we can't agree to these things. I'm just saying that a developer doesn't, I just want everyone to be aware that a developer doesn't have to follow them. So just to keep that in mind.
Commissioner Justice.
So is it illegal for us? Is the state law going to come down and punish me if I say that the developer that decides to ignore these things will probably never get my vote on another development in this city or again? Is that illegal for me to say that?
Probably not wise, but I'll refer to our.
I'm just curious. I didn't say that. I'm just asking.
It's a fair question.
I'm asking for a friend.
I don't know that it would be illegal for you to do that.
Okay, just
But like
curious.
the mayor said, I wouldn't advise that.
Okay. I wouldn't want to say anything about common sense. It'd be dangerous, wouldn't it?
Wow. So we do have an amendment on the table here, which is to amend, and I'm going to, if there's no objection, I'll set this way, amend item number under planning, amend item number 25 to add in there as a requirement that no blasting within 100 feet of a residential or commercial structure. All right. Commissioner Mullally.
I have a question on the seismic readers. If this is the structure and you place the seismic reader over here within the 100 feet, and then the blasting stuff, does it matter in that case where they place the readers?
Well, this ordinance, I mean, this amendment wouldn't have any bearing on the placement of the meter.
from the plug where they take the shot. So they drill the hole, and it's usually so many feet. And they'll do it in surrounding areas, by homes, various locations where they can measure the vibration that's coming off of it.
Because when this development tried to come in over where I live, from what I understand, a lot of it had to do with where they place those readers. Like state law says, if it's within a 300-foot perimeter, they have to provide the pre-blast surveys to the homeowners. So, but that also has to do with where they place the readers. If the readers are placed within the 300 feet, but if they don't place the readers within the 300 feet, then your home is outside of the perimeter. So my concern is, does it make a difference where the placement of the readers are?
Yes, ma'am, it would. And they, I think by state law, they have to place it within that 300, within where the boundary of the house is. If the house is within 300 feet, they have to measure at where those are at on a pre-blast survey, and they have to provide those at the request of the homeowner to be provided to them if they're within 300 feet. I think both of those requirements are in state law.
Any other questions and comments before we vote on the amendment? All right. All right. All in favor of amending number 25 to include that no blasting within 100 feet of residential or commercial structure, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. We're on 12C as once amended. Back on Commissioner Hefner.
Thank you for that, by the way. Is this, our chief, I'm looking at your memo here.
Yes.
Okay, the reporting. So another amendment motion to add seismograph reports shall be provided to the fire marshal of the city of Mount Juliet within 24 hours of post-shot. And then second, provide a minimum of 2-hour advance notice prior to pulling any shot to the contacts designated by the fire marshal of the city of Mount Juliet. Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me. Could he repeat that?
Yeah, I had seismic, we'll do both here. I have seismic report to be given to the fire marshal within 24 hours of the shot. Is that
Correct. Yep.
And my hand's not fast enough for the second.
Sorry. Provide a minimum 2-hour advance notice prior to pulling any shot to the contact or contacts designated by the fire marshal of the city of Mount Juliet. In the first one, I'll speak to the 24 hours. Today, if we need to get a seismograph, if a citizen complains about vibrations, we have to go through the state fire marshal to get those seismograph reports.
Yes.
And it's a very formal bureaucratic process.
We actually have to, the citizen would have to.
Or the citizen has to do it. We can't even do it.
Yes.
So this short tracks that.
Yes.
So that's the reason behind that. And the notification the fire chief told you about, that's just notifying.
So let me read the second one. It was to provide a 2-hour advance notice to the contact designated by fire marshal
of the city of Mount Juliet. Okay.
Mayor, I have one clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
You want the seismographic reports to go to the Mount Juliet Fire Marshal, not the state
Correct.
fire marshal.
Yeah, I'll write that in. All right, so we got a motion here. I didn't hear a second, but I'm gonna read it here. We got a second over here? Okay, so we have the ordinance is once amended. This is the second amendment proposal. Here's a seismograph report. The seismograph report to be provided to the fire marshal of the city of Mount Juliet within 24 hours to blast. And the second one is to provide a 2-hour advance notice to the contact designated by the city of Mount Juliet fire marshal.
There you go.
Any questions or comments? All in favor of the second amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. City Attorney, do you have anything to add on that one?
Just the same as before.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
So I guess this question is going to go back to the developer. There was some concern about, I guess, the piping between the two homeowners. So can you clarify, is this pipe going to be like a service, a connection there, or is this just going to be just a connection? And will there be like a service connection further upline, so that way there would be no disruption back between these homes? Or can you clarify on how this is going to be connected?
Sure. The plan as it stands is we would like to hard connect to that pipe to alleviate all the surface flowing water from going through backyards and causing all the issues they're causing. At this point, whenever we get to the FMDP and construction plans and we have the ability and essentially the ability to go out with a survey crew and take shots on that downstream structure, to analyze that pipe as engineer said we would be doing, which is fine. At that point, we would analyze that pipe itself to see if it's got capacity. If it doesn't, then we can go forward with Shane at that point. But assuming it does, then the connection will be made within the easement that's in, and assuming we don't have to go any further down that line, there wouldn't be any more disruption at that point.
So what about maintenance and any type of, connecting there? I mean, I guess that's my concern right now. Obviously, you're gonna have to get, obviously permission from these homeowners to be able to get in that area to do the work, as well as to be able to, provide some type of future maintenance, right? So that's what I'm looking for, is to get some clarification here.
Not to, it's going to sound bad coming out of this, but the easement that's already there provides the legal access that the HOA, both Nicholsville and the Elliott Reserve HOAs would need to go in and service those pipes and stormwater structures. So that's already in place with the final plat that was recorded for the Nicholsville property, and then as well as the plat that would be granting all of the easements on our property as well. So that the stormwater structures themselves already have legal access to them.
Okay.
To be fixed.
All right. And then any type of concerns that you guys are, from maintenance wise. Okay. So I'm thinking future. So after you guys connect it, you go further upline for some type of clean out, or is that clean out going to be in that area?
I would.
Because again, I'm thinking long-term maintenance, right? Are you going to be in that back of that same area to be able to perform if there's any type of maintenance,
So I would look
clean
back
outs?
to the attorneys at this point is saying, is it Elliott Reserve's HOA responsibility to maintain Nicholsville's storm system, or is it Nicholsville's HOA responsibility? Either way, there is an access to that point. The connection point where we would actually make it is in the existing Nicholsville 30-foot PUDE. That's where we're connecting at. The pipe from that hard connection point back to our pond, our detention pond, and that detention structure and pond and everything would be the responsibility of Elliott Reserve HOA, as is the other pond that will also be on the other end of the site. That is a part of their HOA agreement. But I would go back down and say, if there's a clog for your example, there is if it's downstream in Nicholsville storm sewer somewhere. I'm not positive if Elliott Reserve has the ability to go down and clean that for them, or if they would, it would be the responsibility, I assume, of the HOA for Nicholsville.
So I guess I may need to go back to our staff just to be able to get some clarity. So right now there is no connection right there, correct?
No.
It's just basically like just a clean out, or
No, it's a head wall with a pipe that goes down the ditch line.
okay, and it's open right now, correct?
When you say open,
So it's just an open culvert
it's
that's
just-
going
it's a
into a
head
drain
wall.
line, correct?
That's correct.
And now this developer is wanting to put a hard pipe in there. Is that correct? Or are they going to leave it open, as in just creating another culvert that's going to have to be maintained? Is that correct?
It'll be a hard connection, so that opening would be replaced with a structure.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So if we're going to go from an open pipe, now we're going to close it, the existing water with all these other residents have issues. How is that going to go from again, open, right? And now we're going to go with a hard pipe connection all the way back up to this project. What's going to happen with the existing water that's going into the open pipe? That's what I'm asking.
Currently, right now, that water is traveling above surface.
Correct. Okay.
Now it'll be subsurface from the existing Elliott Reserve site.
So now we're going to have two openings and one hard pipe, correct? Because again, I'm just trying to clarify this, because again, looking at long-term maintenance for these folks, because if we're going to go from existing right now, it's just a culvert with an opening with a hard pipe that's going between these two residents. Is that correct? And now we're going to be connecting a pipe to that.
When you say opening, I'm trying to understand the clarification.
I'm clarifying what you just said. You said currently right now it's an opening.
There's a head wall that drains water from upstream, which is the existing site.
It's not a berm, really. It's just more of a
It's like a
mound
small, like,
there to
culvert?
Catch the water coming off the hill. It channels it into the head wall, and that's absorbed now. Now, even if they capture what's coming off the hill at the top, there's still at least 10 feet at a minimum because there's that much more of the buffer there. Probably 20 the rest of the way of the hill. The rainwater is going to collect and come down there. That has to get into the pipe as well.
Okay.
So that's kind of what we're driving
Perfect.
at.
Perfect. That's what I'm trying to understand. You're going from an open pipe to a closed pipe. What's going to happen with the existing water
Jake?
that's going in there right now? It was designed for a reason.
Jake and I have discussed piping longitudinally across the property line to go into the detention pond, which then drains out to the hard pipe that's being proposed into Nichols Vale. We want to minimize as much surface water runoff as we can. That was what I proposed. That's not shown on the PMDP, but like I said, the negotiations are ongoing for when a formal submittal of drainage, grading, and stormwater reports are submitted at the FMDP.
See, that's the problem, is that once it's submitted to you guys, it's already passed. So now it's going to give us less of any type of leverage to get this addressed. Is that correct? Right?
Well, the law, yes.
I mean, the
you
law's
could
got to
add
be
it in-
followed, right? So we have to, once it's passed, it's passed.
You can
and
add
now
it
all of a
into the
sudden-
ordinance if that's the
And I'm
procedure we-
also, because it seems like the
go.
developers want to mention something, but why is the city trying to fix this problem when it's not our problem? It's left up to them. So we're spending a lot of time, and they should be coming to us with a plan, a contingency plan for us to say, hey, this is what it works, versus you guys having to design something that it sounds like previous developers, messed it up. And now all of a sudden, now the new developers coming in and they still haven't came with a true plan. So sorry to cut you off, but I'm going to see what he says next to try and take some pressure off of you, because there's no reason for us as a city to be designing this
I
problem
haven't
here.
been. I just want to put
Okay.
that on the record. I have not been.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
So
Go ahead,
just to
sir.
Clarify that to this point, every design that's been put forth has come from my office.
Okay.
Not theirs. We have done so with their input. As has been noted, we have the design firm that did Nichols Vale as well. I am not that engineer, but we do have access to those plans, which we have utilized to come to this conclusion and present the solution that we have before you now. And to back up and clarify, I believe, to answer your question a little better, the structure that we are going to use to connect the two pipes, the existing and our proposed, will be it's an area drain, so a catch basin area drain. So any surface flow from their backyards that go down to that point will still be able to access that pipe and be delivered to the storm system. It would not be blocked to that surface flow. And to repeat what Shane was saying, is all the offsite water, which we have all of the exhibits that we've turned in that shows the amount of acreage from the Elliott property currently going that direction is being cut in a third, I believe, just about. So I have the number sitting here, but more of the water is going the opposite direction away from the back of the homes. The leftover water will go to the pond, go to that hard connection, go into the storm system. The water coming off the hills in Nichols Vale's backyards, which is off our property, on theirs, it will go down to where it's what's left over. Essentially, what the rain that lands in the tree line in their backyards would still have the ability to go into this storm pipe at the same location it does now, just through an open, a graded opening, I guess.
Sure. And I guess this is my whole concern. And thank you for highlighting all that. And I was trying to understand whether or not this is going to be an open pipe or closed pipe system. And it took, I think, 4 of us all to figure that out. And thank you for clarifying that. But it sounds like from the previous engineer that has actually designed the old community that's currently right now is designing the new one. Is that correct? Is that what you just stated?
No, we're the same engineering design
Same.
firm, but I think that was done before I was in
Sure.
high school, I believe.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
many
Yeah,
years.
I'm just trying to figure this out, just make sure that, again, you guys still use probably the same software, maybe a little bit updated, but still.
Design, to my understanding, the design is not a part of it. There's a different developer, coincidentally, same local design firm, yes.
Sure.
But to keep pushing that point of back then, I know Shane and them weren't here at that time either, but that the design standards were met with the design plans at that point for that pipe, which is why we're confident that the pipe itself
Is
would
able to
have-
handle that much of a
Correct,
load?
because our job with the regulations and even further with the conditions that have been put forth is to reduce the amount of water, the peak flows volumes that come off our site. So if the pipe is currently working, if you will, then it should exceed that by the time we get finished with it. One, because that's what the regulations state. Two, because the conditions put on, instead of a 25-year storm, we're going to design it to the 100-year storm. So it's extra capacity all around, and it should, I will confidently say it will be reducing the amount of water going to those folks' homes in their backyards. So
And what size pipe is it that we're
Currently-
discussing currently? Yep.
currently, I have to go back and look. We have to go get the survey and get everything buttoned up, because again, it's pipe size and pipe slope is more of the I guess dating factor as far as velocities coming down that pipe. But
And this is my concern is that, that we, knowing the size of that, it's pretty important.
I agree, and it will be part of the FNDP and construction phase documents that get submitted as far as the detailed design that is required by the city.
Okay. I just have two more quick questions, but they're not related to this. Is there any amendments or anything like that on the table right now? Okay. Can I ask two more questions if that's okay? All right. So there was some ADA concerns. I guess I'm going to go back to Shane and your team here. I'm sorry. You want to get and enlighten me on the ADA concerns that were brought up earlier?
Yeah, so the ADA has a kind of a subsection, the PROWAG, that states that as long as the sidewalk is following the grade of the road, it may exceed 5%. So with the sidewalk hugging the curb there, it would be ADA compliant.
So it will meet ADA compliant there. Okay. And then I'm going to go back to my last question. I think this is probably going to go back to the attorney. Obviously, there's some concerns about selling rentals and basically this turning into a full rental community, which, we just witnessed this just a couple, I'd say, not too long ago. Is that something that this PUD, if this commission was to bring this in, can we hold them responsible for this, or is this just pretty much a wish list for us that we hope that it doesn't turn into full rental property?
It's a wish list.
It's a wish list. Another prime example of why this should not be supported. Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, I will say that's concerning about the rental thing, but at the same time, if we're going to vote against everything because we can't
I know.
afford rentals,
I
then
get
there
it.
wouldn't be anything.
Totally
ever.
understand.
So that, it's just where you want to plant your flag on that stance, I suppose. Question
Anyway,
while
I'll
you're
just-
there, Mr.
Just to, sorry, for
Go.
point out continue with that, we've agreed to, for what it's worth, the conditions of the rental portion, which is number 26 on our plans, if you have that one, but it is in there. There's the full intention is to be for sale housing, just for what it's worth at that point, not enforceable, I guess, but.
And yeah, and I think the concern is we've seen a number of them come through that are full intentions, and
they sell.
Things happen with the economy, and 3 owners later they don't remember the great intentions.
Just to cover our own side, we're like, well, it's.
A question for you is under waivers number 5, which is a request to deviate from the residential material standards following 50% masonry, 50% materials, all homes. The elevations submitted here in this, showing the rears here, looks to be almost 100% masonry. I'm going to make, is this up here, is this masonry as well? Is this like a hardy board material?
It's like that would be the, yeah. like a
So this is
secondary,
100% masonry back here. I'm going to make an amendment that that the rears match these submitted elevations at 100% on the masonry on the rear.
Second.
Have a second. Any questions or comments? All right. All in favor of this requiring 100% masonry on the rear, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're back on the ordinance as 3 times amended.
Can we codify the
that 12% versus 10%?
We have not. Did you have any language on the 12% portion? I'd like to just handle these separately.
For including it in there.
Yeah. We put that under, I suppose, Public Works and just a deviation from the road. Is 12% for an access lane or?
So you would be requesting a variance on the maximum allowable grade for an access street.
Access street
would be, and the variance would be at 12%.
It would be to 12%.
So maybe number add on 16 under Public Works that to grant a 12% variance for access streets.
Actually, the variance would be for 2%, actually.
A variance to 12%?
Up to 12%.
Up to 12%?
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you read that?
Well, I'll try. I don't have the ordinance submitted in. Access street be granted a variance up to 12% grade.
And to clarify, that's been done in other places throughout the city.
Correct. We've granted the most notable ones granted grades for collectors, which honestly is more of a concern to me than realistically. The difference between an access street and an access lane is rather minimal in the geometric design of it. They're almost equivalent. It comes down to grade, but they're the same posted speed, and capacity wise, they're the same. So I have no problem varying.
Commissioners, is that the motion you want to make?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Was there a second on that? All right, we have a motion, a second. Any questions or comments on
And this was
allowing
based on your recommendation earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain exactly what that means?
Yeah. So the grade is the slope of the road. In our code, we have maximum grades of 10% for an access street and 12% for an access lane. Access lanes have a maximum ADT of 200 trips per day or 25 units. Those numbers don't equate, so that's a little confusing. A access street has a minimum ADT of 500 trips per day. This street ends up in the middle there, closer to an access street, but it's about 440 trips per day based on the latest unit count. So it technically doesn't have a true classification. The recommendation is to classify it as an access street, which has stricter guidelines, stricter requirements, but grants the variance that allows it for only the maximum slope to go up to that 12% of the access lane. Similar variances have been granted. The one on the top of my head we granted for Traymore to allow up to 10% for a collector. Collectors are a much bigger deal, in my opinion, than access streets and access lanes. And their codes reflect that, but this would be a variance of a similar nature.
Anything else, Commissioner Mullally? Commissioner Hefner?
Trying to visualize 12% versus 10% versus, so I lived in Hickory Hills at one point. What is the main road coming down there? Devonshire?
Yeah, Devonshire.
What do you know what that pitch of that road is?
45 degrees.
Maybe. And I don't want to, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm trying to get some frame of reference of what in practical sense, right? I've driven down that road, Devonshire, a bunch because I used to live there, and it was a dangerous road. If that's 12%, I'm pretty sure that's not 12%, something greater than that. But
yeah, I'm not going to estimate grades because it's almost impossible.
Well, give me an
to.
example of a 12% road that we may have driven on.
I'm going to be honest. I deal almost exclusively in hypothetical roads.
Hypothetical roads. You're not helping.
I know. I apologize.
least he's
once the roads are built, I can't change the grade. I don't deal with that a lot.
Okay.
But the best way I can explain it is you'll look at it and go, oh, that's kind of steep. You're not going to look at it and go, I'm worried I can't get up, I guess.
Right. And I guess the bottom line is, Chief, are you good with 12%?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And I would like to throw out that our code does require that the road come back down to a maximum of 5% near the intersection, and ADA will require 2% maximum cross slope at a crosswalk. So we're not coming in at a hard slope immediately into the intersection. There will be a small landing area.
I guess I'm having trouble.
Commissioner, get your mic.
I guess I'm having trouble understanding the purpose of increasing it 2%.
The purpose. So if you look at the way their road is laid out, it's taking this kind of meandering path up. That was done to get to a grade allowed in the city code. Further meandering that road really won't increase the slope. So without bringing down the top of the hill, you're really, it's the maximum allowable that we have that also works to access the top of the hill practically.
Okay.
Summarize, it's a high hill.
Correct. The road would have to be longer than they're proposing, and at some point that really no longer gets you a more gentle rise. They're kind of at that point.
All right. Well, you're the traffic expert, the road expert, so, and it's your recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments on it?
On this amendment.
On this
Okay.
amendment, which is the fourth amendment we're proposing tonight, which is allow this access street to have a 12%, up to 12% variance in grade. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
That passes. We're back on the ordinance as amended 4 times. Mr. Mullally.
Okay. This has already been brought up, but the studies that are done later, and I know that's how it's done in the city, and I don't understand why, but that's how it's done, where the cities are done at the final plan. The environmental, the geotech, and the drainage and all that. So to vote on something to me is very risky, and a lot of times, it's risky anyway, but a lot of times, for the most part, it works out. Every now and then it may not. As in the Nicholsville, I think they're left with a lot of problems. So I don't know what we can do about that, but to me, this particular location seems more risky to me than some of the others. On the landscaping buffers, and I know some of this has already been addressed. One of the residents mentioned how the buffer encroached on his land, and then what the amendment that we just passed on that. And I guess I'll ask Ms. Hamblin, where the buffer encroached on his property. So the amendment was to ask the HOA to, I don't know the wording, relieve that from their maintenance, I guess.
So their buffer in Nicholsville is placed on their property.
Right.
So I believe that's what he was speaking of.
Yeah.
If I'm incorrect, I'm sorry, but we've set a path forward for them if they would like to approach the BOC at a later date to have that requirement removed. So those buffers could be removed from those individual yards.
Yeah, which would give them 40, 45 feet.
20 feet.
An extra.
On their property.
Yeah, an extra.
It would give them use of additional 20 feet on their own property.
Yeah. All right. On the question of the hard piping, like if the way it is now, you got a culvert and here's the water, or it comes in. So would this be a correct illustration? Because I'm trying to understand. Would the hard piping be another pipe coming in that would only allow drainage from the retention pond?
No, it'll allow the water from the detention pond as well as the water from the surrounding surface areas of their backyards will also go into it.
Okay, because that was my question. Because when I went out there and looked, the little supposed berm that's there is not very high, and the water on the other side of it, you can tell how it overflows onto their yards, and it's just erosion. Grass won't even grow there. So my concern was, where is that water going to go if these two pipes are hard
So yes,
pipes?
there will be an open top structure that connects the two pipes. So any water left over can go in through the top of that structure. And that amount of water will not be coming down to that location anymore, since we're removing that area from Elliott Reserve is going to be taken a different direction, going towards Lebanon Road with the water.
Yeah, but there's still going to be rain coming down that would collect the water in that little ditch area, which is not really a ditch, but
There's a swell to it, but it'll kick it to the catch basin, which you asked about. It will be going into the top of that catch basin, into the pipe, and then down through their system.
Yeah.
okay. So you're saying this hard piping is a solution
Yes.
to their drainage problem.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. All right, on the schools.
Commissioner, can
Yeah.
I add in one thing on that? You're talking about the piping coming together. If you build a structure where water is going to be coming down into it, your structure is going to be above your pipe because your head wall was at current grade.
I understand completely. Yes, there are other structures and structure types and solutions that the goal for the solution we're proposing is water will come from our pond, go through that structure into the pipes and out. Water from the surrounding surface flow will also be going into that structure and out.
Yeah, I think that's the simplest answer to this is you're hard piping what's coming out of the retention area up there, which should relieve a lot of the flow that's coming down that hill. But in addition to that, you're going to capture from that point down elevation that's being captured there, that's going in the hard pipe existingly. That's also going to make its way into there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, on the schools, I got your list. It's very detailed, but what I can't read is the capacity. Because when I blow that part up, it's blurry, so I can't read that. Can you tell me what the capacity is currently on these three schools?
So the LZ Patton Elementary, the classroom capacity here is set at 605 students. And our current enrollment plus our project plus the proposed projects that have been approved so far, I will put it at 559.
Can you give me a percentage? Like a current capacity percentage they're at now?
Okay.
Okay.
So they're currently at 80%, 81%.
They're at 81.
Yes, right.
And at 85%, the school system is, goes out and looks for new property.
I believe that is
Yeah, that's
correct.
the process. Okay, and what's the middle school?
Just a percentage.
Yeah.
76.9%.
Okay, in the high school. All right, and then one other thing, it was suggested that we don't know what this could develop into if not this project. It was alluded to Section 8. I'm not sure exactly what that means. When I think of Section 8, I think of Section 8 housing, which typically is multifamily. So I don't know where that comes from if the land use originally did not include multifamily. So I'm not sure I understand the purpose of that comment, but I do want to make a motion if this rezone fails that the land use reverts back to the original. Second, anyone?
Would you restate that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I make a motion that if this rezone vote fails, that the land use amendment approval reverts back to the original.
Yeah, I think we have that already captured at planning as a condition of
Is
the
that right?
land use.
I'd like to have it captured if that's
Just
okay
here
as
as well.
well. Yes,
We'll double capture.
double capture.
So if the PUD fails, the land use that we just passed will revert back to its
Right.
existing.
I'll be asking you for snacks in a minute.
But her commissioner's amendment is if 12C, the PUD here fails, 12B, the land use that we just passed, would revert back to its present land use. That I have. Okay. Concerns? Okay. All right. Any questions or discussion on if 12C here fails, 12B reverting back to the land use that it's currently at? All right, hearing none. Are we having a motion? It will be our fifth amendment here. If this PUD fails, we will revert back to our existing land use, or the land use as it is at this moment will remain unchanged. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. We're on the PUD as amended 5 times.
One other question had to do with the current pipe. According to the residents, it's damaged. It has holes in it. So I'm still confused on how, if you hard pipe into that, how that's going to be remedied. And it goes back to the discussion about digging up people's yards. And then you say it's an easement that you wouldn't need homeowner permission. Was that the discussion?
I'll look at the attorney, but legally the easement is written, I believe, to the HOA and whoever is tasked with maintaining that stormwater structure and pipe. If that is us, then yes, that's our plan would be to fix whatever is on that property. So that is a solution to the neighbors. If it is not us, then I believe it would be the HOA, which they're a part of, that is supposed to have taken care of it.
So, legal question on that. If that pipe has to be replaced because it's damaged, would the developer, engineer, whoever, have to go, would that easement be sufficient enough to where they would go in and fix it? Or would they need the permission of the HOA and individual residents? Between, what was it, 313 and 315? Yeah.
Well, if there's an easement on it for that purpose, then I would think that they can go in and fix it, but I'm not sure who would be. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look into that.
Because
Yeah.
I saw it. It's like this in between the property. It's very small.
It looks like from the design that the pipe is set 5 feet on center off each property line, or from each structure. But it's not the property line, but it's looks to be set 5 foot on center from each house.
I just wanted clarification.
I saw it's not. And, I didn't dig it up and measure, but I don't know that you are not wrong.
I just wanted some kind of clarification.
Yeah. There is a hole,
what-
I'd say about the size of your hand on the top of it.
What would it?
Looks like maybe a seam when they were putting it together, they chipped it or something. It's just my uneducated guess on it. But Commissioner, I think Commissioner Justice had something he wanted to add on that, if you wouldn't mind.
My understanding, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that is the HOA's response. It has been the HOA's responsibility, and for whatever reason, they never accepted that responsibility, and they never fixed your problem. Is that correct? Okay, that's what I thought I understood.
Sorry, since I'm on the board. Actually, we never had that because it's a public utility easement that we didn't know unless the developer had it. Like, that was never conveyed over to us that was our responsibility at all. And it could be in a PUD, but that's just.
Shane?
The final plat for this phase of Nicholsville clearly states, meaning that's the document which allows lots to be sold, clearly states that any PUDE outside of City of Mount Juliet right-of-way is the responsibility of the HOA.
That's good enough. We didn't even know that, so that's a good thing.
Well, as HOAs get older, they wind up finding things like that. I've served on an HOA board or so.
Well, that was my point all along, is that this takes and fixes something that the HOA is actually responsible for and has been responsible for all along. When we checked the final plat on that about a month and a half ago, that's what I found. And I was trying to tell, and everybody told me I was nuts. And now it's been confirmed. Not that I was nuts, but that I was telling the truth. So some other confirmation coming from that one. But I want to make sure that they understand that, you know, all of this stuff that we're talking about, all of these fixes and these repairs to what the past developer messed up. By the way, I was there, and I remember very vividly some of the things that we're talking about right now being required, but obviously were not done by the construction side of it. I mean, I know the document said do X, but the developer did Y. For instance, going out on Sunset Drive, when I said I did not want a right-hand turn on Sunset Drive, and that was codified, by the way, and they ignored what we said up here. I want to make sure that does not happen again. That was not civil sites issue. That was the developer's construction issue. So I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I want every bit of this codified so we don't have these questions coming up. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
There was another issue, Mayor, that I wanted to, we had talked about an amount of money per unit that would be sent to the city as a negotiated amount to offset costs. And we had talked about the amount of $7,500 per unit. And I would like to amend saying that the developer agrees at this point that they would contribute $7,500 per unit to the city of Mount Juliet. I would also like to give them credit for any offsite improvements that they do on their own. If they do the work, then they would get credit, dollar for dollar credit for that.
You define what you mean by work.
Well, decel lanes.
Okay, you're talking about traffic improvements and stuff.
Well, not only that, but if they go over into Nichols Vale and start fixing things in another development that is not necessarily their responsibility to fix, they're just agreeing to do this as far as, encapsulating that system so that they take the burden, the hydraulic burden off of Nichols Vale over there.
So any off-site improvements or repairs?
Yes, sir.
Outside road.
Including roads. I mean, anything that they do that is off-site improvements.
Sorry, Commissioner, let me get your mic there, sir.
Okay, typically the voluntary contributions go to offsite road improvements. So you're saying that that they can apply that money toward other issues.
What I'm suggesting is if they go into a subdivision that is not their development, they're not responsible for it. The developer had nothing to do with Nicholsville. Okay, nothing whatsoever. If civil site may have done all the engineering on it, but they're not the one paying for this. The developer is the one paying for this. Mm-hmm. So if there's an issue with civil site, I don't know what there would be at this point. That's not the developer's fault or the problem. So if he's going to be paying, putting in $7,500 per unit, then he ought to be allowed for that to come back as a credit if he's paying for somebody else's mess up from years ago. If he's going to fix their problem, at least give him credit for having fixed that problem. Now, whether that be traffic, whether it be hydraulic, however it may be, if it's an off-site improvement, then give him credit for it.
So may I ask where the remaining balance will be earmarked to? And
That's a
when
good
will it be
question.
paid?
And they was, I'm assuming, A-cell and D-cell lanes required by the traffic accounts.
No acceleration lanes, but right turn decel lanes are required, as well as traffic calming on Sunset Drive, in addition to what the Traffic Commission has recommended.
Which is, if I might add, Mayor, another good example of an off-site improvement. Calming devices on Sunset Drive. And this development will not be touching Sunset Drive. The only development touching Sunset Drive has been Nichols Vale.
Yeah, I'd agree. That's totally reasonable. And we got a D-cell lane. There's already a turning lane there. It's Highway 70. We've got 2 D-cell lanes on there. I don't know if there will be a balance after you pay for 2 D-cell lanes.
Maybe not.
Remaining on this.
I believe that's 480,000. So it's not a huge amount.
Yeah, that's what my calculator came to. D-cell lanes, they'd have no cost for right of way. just be the construction of those. Shane, any thoughts on what that's going to cost without? I would imagine the only real cost you might run into there beyond just the construction of the curb gutter, moving sidewalks, and if there's a perfectly positioned storm drain that has to be relocated.
That'd be the extent of it,
And
since
water line.
they can dedicate the right of way for their own site.
Mayor, the
Maybe the water line.
Green Hill High School decel lanes, back when it was constructed, were 130,000 each, just for a rough estimate at this point.
Okay. Then we better have a discussion about the remaining balance. That just allocate to general improvements in the area as Public Works sees fit.
Well, I'd like to add something if I could.
Please.
And I would also like to add if it warrants, Shane, you and I talked about this as well. You want to let the red light,
That wasn't me.
or was one of y'all talked about that, the red light today? Or Jake, maybe that was you.
Yeah, we discussed that.
If within the first 2 years of development that it warrants a red light, that they would also pay for that, and that would come out of that fund as well.
Yes, sir.
I would not recommend a red light there.
I'm not recommending the red light either. I said if it warrants.
So I would just caution that
But recommended if it warranted.
even if it was warranted, we are not required to install additional red lights on Lebanon Road will have a detrimental impact on traffic flow in the area.
I've driven in Lebanon before. I do not disagree with you.
If this development provided a connection somewhere else, and I typically don't want to put in red lights for one development. That's not going to serve all of the citizens of Mount Juliet.
May I?
Yes.
May I suggest something here to think about? And this is what I was thinking about. There's a piece of property across the street from that entrance that is for sale as well. So you have potential to have commercial on both sides of that intersection. And you're going to have intersection or having the road coming in from where that piece of property is for sale into Lebanon Road on both sides. Now, if you've got a four-way intersection there, I mean, we're already catching it with WA Wright down there not having access to a red light. And so, that has caused a lot of issues over the years.
I agree. And some of the streets in that area almost seem intentionally misaligned, so they really can't practically get a red light.
That section, the reason that it couldn't align with Marketplace over there is because on the south side of Lebanon Road, there is a big, I don't know if it's a creek, sinkhole, or whatever it is, right there at where you turn on to Nichols Vale off of Lebanon Road. So they could not move that up and align it with Marketplace at the time. Or they would have talked about at that point doing a red light there, but they couldn't. So just a little history.
I will state the detriment to the overall flow in the area. But it is your decision if we're going to add a red light, if it's warranted. I would also state it's not likely to be warranted, but actually.
I have so many notes.
No, it likely would meet a warrant in the PM peak hour. But I would like to see what connectivity we'd get from that parcel on the other side on the north side of Lebanon Pike before recommending a signal at that location.
So you would rather it not be put in the PUD as a recommendation?
Correct.
Okay,
I'd
fine then.
like to see what develops across the street.
I took your word on the other. I'm going to take your word on this too. So.
All right. What I have here is a motion that the $7,500 voluntary contribution at 64 units, $7,500 of voluntary contributions out of that, the public road improvements would receive credit for it, and any other off-site improvements done by the developer would get credit for that, and the remaining balance to go back for the city for general improvements in the area for public works.
And I would just like to add that contribution is to be paid to Public Works and Engineering at the issuance of the erosion control permit.
So that would be my amendment.
You're good with that. Was there a second on that? I have a second. All right, we have the amendment to $7,500 voluntary contribution to the developer to receive credit for road improvements and other off-site improvements. The remaining balance to go to general improvements for public works issues in the area. The amount payable at the issuance each payable at the issuance of the erosion control permit. All right, any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries, bringing us back to the ordinance as amended 6 times. I want to say this, we've been at it for a little over 3 hours with the public hearing. We started at 6 with our proclamations. I'm going to ask for a recess here to give everybody a break. And if there's no objections, we will go into recess pursuant to the call of the chair in 15 minutes. Hearing none, we're recessed. All right. I will call the Board of Commissioners meeting back to order, coming out of recess. So we are on we're on 12C. We've passed 6 amendments already on the items, on the ordinance. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was the question?
We getting ready to vote on the original?
Well, if there's no more discussion or amendments on it, but
Well, I have one more question.
yes, ma'am,
and
you
it's
can
a-
have the floor.
Okay, and it's a what if. Later when the study is done, for example, on the karst and the sinkholes, if that is found out and blasting is going to be a problem, which is going to create more sinkholes and whatever, what happens at that point? And I know you said one of the solutions for the sinkholes was to create a detention pond, but if it's determined the karst or the and/or sinkholes are a problem, and then you have to consider the blasting later on, how does that work?
At that point in construction, if they find any karst features, there is, at that point, there's steps to be followed. There's regulations, state regulations, TDEC regulations as far as the what we spoke about last time, the injection well permit. If it's usable, then it's usable. The state there's a plan we turn in that would show that it is usable. But if it is not, there is some other dangers of continuing and with blasting or other methods of excavation that would cause it to get worse. Then those would be identified and rectified prior to allowing it to happen. Would be what again, back to state code on blasting, would cover all of that.
All right. I have a motion to add on the variance to add a 20-foot setback separate from the buffer along. So in essence, having the building set 40 feet from the Nicholsville property. Does that make sense?
We just passed it.
Well,
Okay, so based on what we just passed, readdressing that, what we just passed, because remember I brought that up earlier. I had to verify what it was we
Commissioner,
passed.
you're saying what you're making a motion here is at the back of because when you say set back, you're talking about the building would effectively set back. The back edge of the building would effectively set 40 feet off the property line all the way around for the townhomes.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
I'm asking you, it's your motion.
So based on what we passed earlier was one reason I had brought it up, to verify exactly what it was we passed. When we were talking about the buffer where it encroached on that one property.
Commissioner, I think that's a confusion to that point. I believe what happened there is Ms. Hamlin was discussing a path forward for the residents of Nicholsville to gain relief from the buffer requirement that they're under as part of the PUD there. Asking for relief from that is that if we have taken no action in this, because this does not address anything that's happening on Nicholsville as far as their PUD, that's a separate action that would need to be brought back to if the HOA was seeking relief from that PUD requirement. Am I?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's been no action to this point, and I got 6 here on this that's addressed anything with the buffer as it is drawn currently.
Okay.
Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay.
Okay, so then I would like to motion and ask for a variance to add 20-foot setbacks separate from the buffer. So in essence, having the building set 40 foot from the Nicholsville property.
So a 40-foot setback for the buildings from the property line.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that just because I got some questions.
Okay. All right, we've got a amendment to set the buildings back 40 feet from the property line from Nicholsville. It's on the floor. Vice Mayor.
Have we ever done this before? I don't know who this goes to.
I'm not sure that we've done that before. I can't recollect a time that we've increased the setbacks double by 50%.
And in this situation, would this be something that would be beneficial for this project, or would it be?
I think it would be detrimental to this project.
It'd be a redraw, I'm assuming, not to put words in anyone's mouth, but
I think it would probably just kill it. There would be a redraw.
if I can jump in here, I did have a conversation with Mr. Porter today about the buildings, the way it's drawn currently. We have, let me get my thing here, the south side, which is the 6 units backing up to the properties off Nicholsville Lane directly. And then we have 2, 4, 9 other properties that back up to Whitley Way. Those properties, and we talked about this earlier, the backs of those properties basically, at least from what it appears in the drawing, are touching the buffer. And if you have a full 20-foot buffer there with a fence, at best you would be trapping the people in the back of their property, which is going to get into an egress issue on the backside for exiting. But I think there's a gate brought up, but you couldn't have a buffer if there's a gate swinging one way. It'd be too close to the building to swing. So my recommendation was to reduce the density and redraw those to bring them off that buffer. I'm curious as to what.
So what we discussed, I believe it's already in the amendment that's been passed tonight, was to make the building setback 25 feet, I believe, if I was correct. Commissioner Justice?
Vote on that.
No?
It was discussed, but it was not codified.
Well, I've got it written in my notes as a 25, which we have talked after you and I spoke, Mayor, about the current layout as it stands. We can accomplish, for lack of better words, squeezing them closer east to west. I guess there's some additional footage on within the development to push them over to achieve a 5-foot separation between that buffer where the fence would be required and also the back of the building. The other discussion was where to place the fence. Code states that the fence should be placed on the inner boundary of that buffer. Since we're proposing a no disturb buffer, we said, okay, just to add extra footage there, if you would like, we could put that fence along that no disturb buffer. So it would be 10 and 10, if that makes sense, or if that doesn't help, then that's also fine. So.
Yeah, fences make great neighbors, they say, but maintaining a buffer with a fence in the middle of it could also be problematic.
So maintaining that buffer, the no disturb buffer would be all of the existing trees, plant life that's in there, which I assume has not been touched ever at this point. And then, yes, all the additional plantings that would go in would be required by our type D buffer would be, ideally maintained without a fence blocking them, but
there is a portion of that on the west side of your development there that's got 9 of those, probably maybe not all 9 of those units, but several of those in there. There is no natural buffer there at all.
that I understand, and I have driven out there and seen the buffer that was installed. I guess it's young plant life. It looked like from what I saw from those properties, but
that's all on the Nicholsville side there.
Correct. That's there. That's correct. So at that point, we have a type D buffer that we're required to install across that whole frontage. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, unfortunately, we can't plant 20-year-old trees and undergrowth to that point, but that, I believe, is what the point of the that type D buffer is, very dense.
So,
Vice Mayor.
So I guess with that being discussed, and thank you for bringing that up because I know there was some concerns there. But if we are going, well, if your project's going to be doing any type of construction out there, obviously grading and everything, you're still going to be disrupting, let's just say, older trees, their root systems. And then if we do have that 10% buffer, let's say, in the next 5 or 10 years, when those trees, let's just say, for example, they're living today, but there's going to be a big maintenance item. Again, there's going to be a concern there. So how are you going to get access to that without going back on these people's properties to be able to maintain that? 10-foot buffer is not going to give you any type of work, construction to get back there to be able to remove a tree. You know what I'm saying? So
I understand, and the fence being on that inside line makes it even more difficult, but that is how the code stands today. Again, that's why we're renewal to moving that fence to the property line if you'd like. That way there is more accessible routes from our side to do that. To answer your question a different way, there is also a PUDE down every one of those lot lines that goes back there from Nicholsville, that whomever is the maintainer of those legally public accessible areas can use those routes to get to maintain anything that's maintenanceable back there.
I guess even with your pipes, is another good concern there also for taking down those trees as well. So, because I know there could be some erosion issues, and now you're removing some vegetation.
We have no interest in taking down, which is why we proposed we'll do the 10-foot no disturb. That way we've shifted all of our grading 10 feet in from the site to attempt to not disturb any of the trees on that first 10 feet, but also trees, to your point, that may be on the property line that have root systems that go outwards from there.
Yeah.
So we'd be fine. I mean, again, I'll go back to what we just haven't discussed, but we would do a 20-foot no disturb buffer if we didn't, but we wouldn't be planting any landscape at that point. So the areas that have no landscaping would be detrimental to them not have anything that's no disturb for 20 feet.
I mean, just with the comment of just squeezing it in just doesn't sound right with me. Obviously that's just not the best, because again, it's just like, just like you just said, if we can shift it over to make it to fit, if that was the intention, right, then why didn't the architect that's designing this, why didn't they just go ahead and shift it over to go ahead and accommodate for the extra buffer that's needed instead of submitting these plans as a final and saying, hey, well, now we can go back and try and correct these after the fact, right?
So
leaving it up to the commission to fix the problem. So
to answer your question, 2 parts. One, this is just a zoning package that establishes the buffers.
I understand.
We can make any of the changes which we have done in the last 3 months that have come out of this board or other members of this planning staff and public works staff. And then 2, the buffer, the buildings are allowed to be within, they can be on the buffer. That is an allowable item.
Okay.
There is no, I have fire chief sitting here too. So there's an egress portion to it. And the mayor brought up to me in our conversation today and asked that there be some sort of a 3 to 5 foot accessible aisle to get back there for egress. And that is what we were planning to accommodate and would like to, again, I apologize before, I thought that 25 foot was on there, but that would give you the extra 5 foot standard walkway. Again, we don't want it sidewalks because that would be, I think that would be a little bit odd to have a sidewalk running down the back of them, but just that extra egress space to get through there. So,
well, I mean, I'm thinking about the end user of the homeowners, right? Like they're, even though they don't have a yard, their common space that they're going to be using is basically a hillside. So it's not even going to be a functional hillside. We're not providing any amenities except for a pickleball, a fenced in area for a dog, and maybe a small playground. So, and this is for 64 homes. I don't know how many residents that you guys are planning on living in here, but I mean, we're already shortening everything up and we're squeezing it in. I'm going to use your comment. So yeah, that's just, that to me just doesn't seem like this is going to be something that we should be squeezing in anything, especially such at a high end if we're going to be wanting to charge for what, $600,000-$700,000 is what you're saying that these are going to go for. Let's say 600, and we're going to squeeze people in. So that's not going to be a great opportunity for anybody to be selling this to anybody. I wouldn't want to be squeezed into a $600,000 townhome that I have no amenities, except for if I want to go play pickleball, and I don't like pickleball. So
I understand that comment, and I'm sure there are other people that love pickleball.
yeah, no, I'm not against it. It's not for me. You know what I mean? I got bad knees. So
And that's what we discussed in it earlier was the shift. To your words, I will use the shift.
Sure.
The two rows into that, you can see there's a bit of space there. There's
No, I see
15 to
it.
20 feet
Yeah.
that we can take some to make it come back in a little bit. Otherwise, I believe someone was discussing earlier, going to 40 would essentially eliminate that entire center aisle of townhomes.
Yeah.
And make it the principle of the project not feasible.
all right. So one last thing I had on my notes from last meeting, you guys were going to get back with us pertaining to some ideas for the commercial side of the back as you're coming down the hill to be able to help accommodate that. I haven't heard anything about that tonight. I just want to see, we're wrapping this up. We've spent almost 2.5 hours on it. Nobody brought it up. I just want to see, this was a discussion for it, and you guys were to get back with us. So what was the ideas?
If you see, look at sheet C1.00. If you come down,
Yep.
as you
Looking at,
follow the drive up the road, we've got, what I call that. You've got to provide landscape screening along private drive to, again, accommodate whatever enhanced landscaping across that, I'll say the lower side of that drive. So plan would be to block the view of the back of the
Yeah.
commercial areas as you brought up before.
yeah, so it's just going to be a couple, single trees that are going to be like some Bradford pears? Is that what we're thinking? Is that what I'm seeing here? Provide landscape screening along private drive, and it's got like this little round options here. Is that just a single tree line? Is that what you're looking at? Or am I
There's
missing
a
this?
Tree line through there, yes. The tree line would be this landscape screening required. If there's more requirements you'd like to, I'm not a landscape architect by trade.
Me neither, man. I'm not a
unless you're
subject
saying-
matter expert in
my-
landscaping.
My verbiage of landscape screening to provide screening to the commercial area would be, for me, is sufficient. I understand what I'm saying, but I understand that other people reading the plans may not.
Well, the
grasp
open
that. So we can
space,
think
though, that's what
through
I'm talking about. So if you remember, we talked about the open space, that hillside where the kids are going to go sled riding, I guess, or I don't know if it's going to be maintained by, the landscaping company for the HOA. Is that, so where it says access gate with fire key access, where that states that in your plan that you referred to, is that going to be all open space, or is that going to be natural vegetation?
It's
Just go,
open natural vegetation, but if you go to in that exact spot that you're talking about, that triangle of land, if you go
Yep.
to C200, that is the other detention pond, other large detention pond, which is
correct.
by the,
Yep.
by the conditions put forth already is required to have fencing and enhanced landscaping around that pond as well.
So there'll be maybe like a fishing pond, or would that be more of like just a vegetation pond? I'm just trying to.
It would just
Vice
be a
Mayor,
detention pond.
can we
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
table that one and just
Stay on the other one?
Stay on
Okay.
the buffer. We'll never get a vote.
Sorry,
on that
sorry,
one.
sorry. Okay, sorry. I just want to kind of see where we are. I thought we were talking about the
We'll
whole
get you back
project as a
on that
whole.
one after the vote.
All right. Sorry about that, Mayor.
Commissioner Mullally?
Yeah, looking at this buffer layout that you sent, these buildings are just right on the buffer.
Yes, ma'am. That was a discussion we had today. Again, just
On the culvert that exists, when you hard pipe it, or if you have to go in to fix it, I assume you're gonna have to cut a path through the existing trees, even though you're not supposed to cut the trees.
you're speaking from our side to put it in to their.
Yeah.
side. There would be a path narrow as 10 feet to go through it, yes. But I have to go out and look and see what's there, but installation of the pipe would need to go underneath the surface.
So you would have to cut out a 10-foot section of the trees.
Roughly. Again, and I'll go back. We're more than open to not be hard piping anything. We can head wall the water, let it go where it's going, which we don't want to do, but it seems to kind of be an issue up here to be doing that. We thought that was a solution to the answers. Or to the
Yeah,
question of
and I mean,
problems.
not on the hard pipe, but there's also a question of who
Understood.
maintains that hard pipe on somebody else's property, but let's stay on the buffer for now.
Yeah, I agree with the vice mayor on this. Just looking at the plan that you sent for this buffer, these buildings are just right on it. And I mean, there's just nothing basically between the buildings and these people's property. I just can't see it.
Yes, ma'am. That's what, again, we recommended the 25 foot to push it in, and that's as much space as we're able to do without making it.
25 feet from.
Would that be from the property line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
So
the buffer, the Nicholsville buffer is within that property.
within the Nicholsdale property.
Yeah.
Yes, so they have their 20 feet, and then we would have our 20, potentially 25 feet on this side.
So it would be 25 feet from their property line.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just nothing to have a two-story building right there.
To your point earlier as well, as far as anything else that comes in here would have to maintain a 20-foot building setback, straight zoned as it sits.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor.
Chief, what's the minimum distance that you recommend from the buffer to the buildings there for access for emergency? What's the minimum you need?
Well, the minimum that we would need, I mean, these are sprinkler buildings.
Correct.
So that helps us out tremendously, having fire sprinklers within the buildings as far as having a fire at the building goes. If we had the extra 5 feet, that would leave enough room for people to egress out of their building if they needed to, as well as us to throw ladders and do other things like that. And you're going to have some space within the buffer that we can likely work within as well. I know it's going to be landscaped some, but it's also going to be mulch and other materials that we can kind of work within.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, well, that brings up a good question. These townhomes are right on these people's property, basically, even though there might be a little bush or something. So if these buildings catch on fire and their house is right there, typically from a fire standpoint, because you have heat, you have smoke, you have fire that goes off of the building that's being burned.
Mhm.
So I'm concerned how close these people's houses are. Like, what is the typical distance of I guess my question is, is there a typical distance that you would think where, like if that's their house and this is where the townhome starts, so how close is it, like danger, like it's gonna burn their house or they're gonna get smoke problems from it,
Or
or
you've already got a 20-foot buffer from the back of the condominium to the edge of the property line, and you already have a buffer on the Nicholsville side. It is a large buffer between there. So actually, your distance between these townhomes and the homes behind them is much greater than our typical distances between houses on each side. Because typically in a subdivision, you got 15-foot setback on each side,
Sometimes it's less than that.
sometimes less than that. So they're neighboring right up against each other, 10 to 15 feet setback from each side. So you're talking 20 feet from house to house, actual house to house. So this is not as difficult as that situation would be where you have houses directly beside of each other. And as I mentioned before, these units are sprinkled. And so they have fire sprinklers within the building, which helps us tremendously in putting out the fire. And without having them extend and with masonry all the way around the building, it lessens that likelihood as well.
I guess I think of it this way, it's almost more risk posed by the non-sprinkled buildings.
Yeah, there's almost more risk posed by the Nicholsville homes catching on fire and affecting the townhomes as there is the townhomes affecting the Nicholsville's home.
All right. Any questions or comments on the 40 amendment for the 40-foot setback? Ready to vote? All in favor?
Did that get a second?
Vice Mayor, second.
Okay,
Your-
and so we're voting on the 40.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, questions or comments on that? All right, all in favor of the requirement for a 40-foot setback from the property line? The property line with Nicholsville, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay. I'm going to make a motion basing this on the recommendations that we're hearing from fire chief as well, especially for the access on that these be moved back with a 25 feet offset off that. That's going to be my motion, 25 offset off the property line there with Nicholsville. Is that a second?
So it's 25 meter.
Correct. I think that's,
Which is what I said.
I think, yeah. I want to do it based on our safety access from that because I am hesitant to get into requiring additional setbacks on buildings. And I don't know if that's going to open a whole new can of worms. So I got that. I got a second from Commissioner Hafner.
So this is 25 feet versus what? What is it currently?
It's currently, there is no setback
There
requirement.
is none. Okay.
Other than well, there's a buffer there. So the buffer is going to establish the minimum. Is that correct, Ms. Hamlin?
The rear setback is 20 feet, so you're adding an additional 5 feet. Can you word that around the perimeter of Nichols, like around the, so it'll just capture that rear property line?
So it's 25 feet around the perimeter of Nicholsville?
Got minimum 25-foot perimeter setback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't want to make it 25 feet, a minimum 25.
Right.
Not Nichols.
Oh, just along Nicholsville.
Yeah, the property line there. Are you okay with that change? Any objections to the change? I hear you. All right, we have 25, a motion and a seconded a motion for an amendment to require a 25-foot setback off the Nicholsville perimeter. A minimum of 25-foot setback off the Nicholsville perimeter. Questions or comments? All right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Now we're back on the ordinance as 7 times amended.
I've got one more item I'd like to discuss. if you could.
I promised the vice mayor that he could pick back up on his.
Yeah, Mayor, and sorry about
I'll get you next.
sorry about getting off topic there. I forgot we actually had something on the floor, so my apologies. So to get back to the detention pond, that's what I was trying to figure out. Is this going to be a functional pond where it's going to have a water display, or is this just going to be just a behind the scenes, a big old mess that's never going to be maintained or anything like that, and the HOA is going to forget about it? Is that pretty much where we are with this?
The detention pond at this point is not, for lack of better words, fully designed, but yes, it could be a wet pond that does detention, or it could be an extended detention pond, which would be a dry bottom.
Okay.
So again, preference wise, it's whichever one meets the code which we follow, and whichever is best for this scenario. To your point, back to the HOA of the overall site would be tasked with maintaining that and everything else on this site, which
Isn't much to begin with. So, I mean, I'm just sitting there, I'm thinking about the end user, right? So, you want that walkability is what we were just talking about. That was a selling point to all of us, the walkability down to the businesses and then, the walkability to this and that, to the pickleball, to the playground all these different areas. So, but now this detention pond, again, I'm just trying to think if this is going to be something that, maybe they can walk their dogs down to a hole, or they're going to walk walk it down to a wet area, right?
if you go back to the C200 degrading sheet and look at that
That's
slope
where I'm at right
as
now.
it
Yes,
is,
sir.
It is, you'd be hard pressed to walk down that hill and not slip and fall as it stands. And that's the way it should remain at that
Yeah.
point, because it's not intended to be an open space or an amenity. It's intended to be a stormwater detention facility so that we can,
Okay.
again, help issues from neighboring sites and prevent issues from the state right away, water wise.
Yeah. I mean, by this point, everybody's already downhill. I mean, like this is downhill from where everybody is. So it's not going to help out the neighboring, except for the businesses down below,
It
right?
does. No, we're taking over half of the water acreage wise up on top of the
By
hill
diverting
that's
it?
going towards Nicholsville,
Okay.
and diverting it the other direction.
Yeah. Well, no, I haven't seen that side yet. That's not in my plans, is it? So I don't have that copy. Okay. Thank you.
So the red perimeter.
Yep.
That's the current down.
Oh, okay.
Including the black.
That's the current water flow.
Thank
So
you.
they're removing half of that land. The new water flow is going to be the black line, so they're effectively removing half.
Okay. Thank you for this. Okay.
And then the detention pond, which will flow into the detention pond. So you're
Perfect.
eliminating.
That's a lot of
50%.
water. We might be able to have a water pond, right? I mean,
Well, it's better than what's there today.
yeah. Okay. All right.
It's
So,
it's a major improvement than what's.
hey, I don't know. I'm just,
Freestanding ordinance.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of years ago.
We, if I may, Mayor, we constantly ask for those to be wet ponds, but sometimes it's just not functional that way. I don't believe that there's a freestanding ordinance. You
Well,
can ask
We
Shane.
passed an ordinance, I'm sorry, I apologize, Mayor, but we passed an ordinance at one point.
That if it were a detention pond that was visible to the public, then it would be a wet pond.
I don't recall that, sir.
Yeah. We did.
Sometimes
You probably hear it constantly from us, and
No,
we say it at nauseam.
Was this a ordinance that was perhaps reactionary to the,
Old Friends Dog Sanctuary is what it was.
no,
reactionary,
that's
what I
not the
was
one I'm
referring
thinking
to.
of. I'm thinking about the one across from Mount Juliet Help Center, that commercial building there. There was a lot of talk about that
The
retention pond.
WIN building in
Oh,
GU.
yeah. My favorite building. Yeah.
I just got two more, if that's okay, Mayor. All right,
thank you. So, have we did any type of surveys for sinkholes? I know that was a discussion up there for this detention pond area. I know that was discussed by the Commissioner Mullally and then some other citizens' concerns. Have there been any type of survey up there for
There's not been-
sinkholes?
Sorry to state.
No, you're fine. I'm
There
sorry.
has not been any sinkholes or karst features found at this time. That does not mean that while they're excavating this whole entire site, which is massive, there won't be any found. There is a requirement by the city and state regulations to have a registered licensed geotechnical engineer on site to do, I would say daily, I'm speaking off term, daily, weekly, something reports, but they're there every day monitoring all of the excavation and placement of fill for the pads, if that matters. But if something else is found during construction, then it is handled by the licensed geotechnical engineer who's.
Perfect. Thank you. And I appreciate you really tonight. I mean, there's a lot of questions going back and forth. I don't want to seem like I'm coming off rude or anything. I just want to make sure that you know that I appreciate you being here tonight. Just trying to make sure we answer all these questions from residents and get that out there. All right. And then one last question, Ms. Hamlin, if you don't mind. So any of this hill slide of what the developer had stated, was this any part of the 10% minimum for the common space usage? Because I know that there's a requirement for townhomes. There needs to be a certain percentage.
It should be the improved amenities. So it's a percentage of improved amenities. We do
Only
not-
amenities. So we don't
right.
consider this area. Okay, just want to make sure because I didn't know if that was part of the sled hill and
A lot of developers
That could
in the
be a-
past
you know,
have
that
tried
could be
to get away
amenity.
with the
Yeah,
detention pond as open space, but it's improved open
It's a dry.
space.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that was not part of it. So we are looking at the what they do have identified. Is that bare minimum for amenities percentage or
They have bare minimum.
Bare
I
minimum.
mean, not even looking at this chart.
Yep.
They have very minimal amenities.
and we're going to be they're going to be charging $600,000 for bare minimum and squeezed in projects. All All right. I just want to make sure that this commission heard Bill Trevette mention this multiple times tonight, that we're squeezing in townhomes in bare minimum amenities with bare minimum percentage of common space for the end user. So when these homeowners are coming back to complain about this, as we all hear, I just want to make sure that this is definitely highlighted in my recording, because we have this recording now tonight. So this is great versus taking notes. So that's all I have, Mayor. Sorry to highlight that, but I just want to make sure that that's highlighted there. And then to go back to the tree lines. So sorry. My last question to you, sir. So you're saying that providing this tree line that's on C100, and you're making some recommendations. You said you're not an arborist or a landscape?
Landscape architect.
Okay. So did you provide this to them, and this was their recommendations, or was this from your firm?
The condition that we received from you and the board from last time was to place a landscape screening between the commercial users and the residential, which we have a waiver against, but we have gone ahead and would like to add a screening portion there to, again, one, appease the comment, but also in agreement that will be a sight line down over top of these commercial developments. Sure. And again, open to the interpretation of you and I's lack of knowledge of trees.
Yeah.
And a full landscape plan being required at this point, because this is a zoning package. We have not done a full landscape design for this plan set.
Okay.
Which will be required at the time of FNDP as is.
Yeah. No, I understand. I just want to make sure we get as much clarification on here, because again, I'm not a subject matter expert on landscaping, and nor do I want to be, but it was a discussion for last time. I wanted to see how this was going to be presented to us tonight, and it still doesn't look like much. But this is what they came back to you with? Is that what you're saying?
They were the developer, and what we've come up with is that we heard the comment. We are agreeing with the comment of having a landscape screening between the residential and commercial. The verbiage, if you'd like to change it, we're open to somehow identifying what you're looking for to make that more palatable. If our trees are not enough.
No, I think it's a good effort. I'll give you that. I just, again, it's if they're the subject matter experts and they're one giving it to you, if that's the best that they're going to give us, I think it's a good starting point.
No, that's what it is. And I'll repeat again, it will go to a landscape architecture firm to design the actual landscape buffer. If you have specific screening requirements or verbiage, I know there has been some put down in the past, other plans to add, we're open to that. At this point, it was we will show it on here. That way we can make sure we're appeasing the comments, so we can, again, get the zoning approved and move into the design phase of said landscape buffer and storm systems.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the winter time, when all the leaves fall, and you're going to see the back of a a retail space that tends to kind of get a little out of control during the holidays, right? So, okay, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Justice.
There are some questions that the residents over Nicholsville have about enforceability to ensure that what we're proposing is actually what is built and that it accomplishes what it's supposed to accomplish. Now, I know we have letters of credit that are involved here. And so if at any point in time, those letters of credit are not, or those goals aren't met, then the city can cash in those letters of credit. Am I correct in all this, Shane? And we can go do it ourselves if need to be, I guess is my point. Is that correct?
For the public portions of the project, that is correct.
Okay, but as far as the public portions being the infrastructure, correct? The water, the hydraulics, the water coming off of the site going down into Nicholsville.
That technically would not be public right away.
So you're saying we have no enforceability? So if they don't do it, then we can't.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, tell me how we enforce it then.
We don't issue COs.
Okay, is that already in the code, or is that something that we need to put in here that until the infrastructure is complete,
That's the
and
final,
functional.
That's the final plat since there are townhomes.
See, and we've had this conversation before. I think many of us have here is that we go in with a preliminary master development plan. We ask for certain things to be accomplished. Somewhere between the PMDP and the final master development plan, some of that stuff is changed. And that's stuff that we voted on that created the ordinance when we did the PUD to begin with. I use one example would be in Mr. Graves' fence over here when his fence wasn't put in. You and I've talked about that, and it got taken out between the preliminary master development plan and the final master development plan. To me, that is a failing. And it should never have happened. And we have to have a way of being able to enforce that that doesn't happen. And that's the reason I think a couple of years ago, we requested that there was any changes be made to the preliminary master development plan. Then it had to come back to us. So, I mean, these guys have they got some legitimate issues here. I mean, the right-hand turn out of Nicholsville onto Sunset Drive. That was very clearly talked about. I remember it very vividly, but it didn't happen. And you weren't here. I can't blame you off of that. But they were not held to that standard. And now we're sitting here, we're paying the price for that. Is what we're doing. I'm sure in any other world, me and Miss Beamer would probably get along. Okay? She's got a right to be suspicious of city government. Hell, I got a right to be suspicious of any government. I don't like any of them. But we have got to figure out a way that the changes don't wind up happening between the preliminary and the final master development plan. So, I mean, you tell me how this is going to happen, because I want these people to have faith that the city of Mount Juliet is going to do what we're requiring them to do, and that it's not going to change between now and the time that it comes back in.
Whatever's decided by the board.
I'm sorry?
Whatever's decided by the board, codified in the ordinance. I will tell you, as long as I'm here within the engineering department, and I've got some of the best inspectors that any municipality would want in this country, we will enforce them. And I'm putting that on the record right now.
So until the infrastructure is in place and has been declared functional, there will not be one CO, commercial or residential, issued to the developer's project, correct?
I can't issue a final plat and sell lots until all of that is done, signed off, and approved by the planning commission board.
So they will not get a certificate of occupancy until the infrastructure has been declared acceptable and functional. And it's doing what it's supposed to. It's keeping the water off Miss Beamer and the folks over there. It's keeping the roads where they need to be. It's doing everything that we're talking about needs to be done. There will not be a CO issued until that has been declared. Correct?
That is correct. These are townhomes for sale. There is a final plat. Am I right, Jennifer?
Well, I'm just thinking in my head, this is an
Before I-
HPR, so I would like this to be added to the conditions tonight, just in case there is some clause in the HPR.
Okay, what would you like added?
What you just said, verbatim.
Okay, verbatim.
No CO will be issued until functional, all infrastructure
All
is
pertinent
functionally sound.
infrastructure is functional.
Are you referring to that particular phase or for the whole project?
What's your motion?
Let's talk to Jake and them, see what they're comfortable with. I want to make sure it's done. I mean, I just don't want these folks worrying, thinking about it.
As far as what your condition, we agree with, that is how I understand this to function. Mr. Haddix was just making a comment on was the turn lanes, as far as saying public infrastructure is completed prior to the COs.
You said the turn lanes?
Yeah, the
decel lanes.
The decel lanes on.
Decel lanes.
Correct. They would need to be final, I believe I'm saying this right, the final binder. It wouldn't be, or it would not be final binder. It would be.
Todd, do you have a recommendation as to how the wording would be?
Well, it should absolutely include the private drive.
Yeah,
Yes,
but they're not
private
wanting.
drive. We're speaking, if, sorry to cut you off, if we're going to be completing the function, let's see, read on here, we're looking to do the townhomes first. The overall site is graded as a whole, townhomes and commercial. But as you complete townhomes, Shane, help me if I'm, water, sewer,
all
the
utilities.
private drive, everything, all the utilities themselves would be required to go up to the final plat completion stage. But we're saying if there's no commercial development yet that create a turn lane on Highway 70, or sorry, a decel lane on Highway 70 for the commercial piece, that would be hard to hold up the residential side.
My recommendation would be termed that all residential infrastructure for the townhomes portion shall be complete prior to the first CO, to a building permit being issued. There are different mechanisms that y'all can choose from, but
So you're going to separate it and say, okay, for the residential, all the residential requirements have to be met and be functional before they get one residential CO, correct?
yes, sir. Because that's
Okay.
what we're.
And
that's
would you
area
do
we're
the
talking
same
about.
thing and say also that on their commercial part of that all the commercial requirements be met before they get a CO?
I would recommend that, but they'd have to get that all in anyways.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying, that we would separate it so that it's two separate pieces there.
The way the side is, yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, when you say all infrastructure complete, are we talking about, I think we're going with this question, was the top binder be put down on the road before the first CO is issued?
How's that normally handled?
Because, I mean, usually it's by phase, I believe, and this is all a single phase.
Typically, yeah, and that's where Miss Hamlin was talking about it being the horizontal,
Property regime.
which they don't have to have final plats, right?
Your infrastructure will need to be platted.
Oh, it will. It
Yeah.
has to be. There you go.
So what are we saying? What is the answer to the mayor's question then?
Shane, what do you typically look for on a final plat before you allow it to be placed on the agenda, planning commission?
All utilities and binder have to be down.
Okay.
Then at what point do you require for those roads to be completed?
We typically hold up the last 10% of COs to allow our inspectors to complete as many of the punch list items as practical. And at that point, or near the build out of the development, we'll top it out.
Are you okay with that?
Which that's just procedures with us.
All right, I wrote down all residential infrastructure be completed before the first CO is issued. What needs to be fixed?
That's what I wrote down too.
Yes, sir.
We would need to determine whether the traffic calming on Sunset is residential or commercial.
I'm sorry, the property on what?
The
calming
traffic
Sunset.
calming devices on Sunset, we would need to tie to either the residential or the commercial. The decision is up to you, which phase of the infrastructure that would be tied to.
I would say on that, I mean, the cost of that's not going to be that extravagant. So, I mean, I would say the residentials. You're doing the residential first, correct?
Yes, sir. Phase one.
Phase one.
Jeez. Commissioner.
Talking about the phases, how many phases are there? I know the townhomes probably is phase one. Phase two is commercial,
Phase 2, 3, and 4 commercial.
2, 3, and 4. All right. So is there a timeline on the commercial, or is it the commercial tied in with anything such as residential, or you build? What happens if the townhomes are built and then the commercial doesn't build?
Well, it's a good question, but I had an amendment written down here that was going to read prior to the issuance of the 32nd certificate of occupancy for phase one residential construction, phase one residential construction for the commercial components of phases 2, 3B must be commenced.
Must be what?
Must be started, commenced.
All right, just correct.
Gone vertical.
Started. Yeah. That was about a 30-second CO. We're not on that right now, but I was just
Okay.
on my punch list. Listen, I have half a motion here for an amendment. If somebody's got the full amendment,
Read what you got, if you don't mind.
I've got all residential infrastructure be completed before the first CO is issued.
Completed and functional. Before the first CO is issued. To include traffic calming devices on Sunset Drive. Does that sound right?
Shane, are you
Yes.
okay with that?
Yeah, what I was going to explain why I'm a little bit more flexible on this is that all the infrastructure is private. So the city will not be at a loss if certain components of the infrastructure are not complete. So there's a little flexibility to work in there. So that's the rationale why it's a little bit unique development. When it comes
Was there
to
a
this.
second on
I haven't heard.
all residential infrastructure be completed and functional to include traffic calming on Sunset Drive before the first CO is issued? Second. All right, any questions or comments on the amendment? All right, all in favor of our 8th amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that one's got that one. Did you have another one? Or not, we can.
My brain's spaghetti now.
All right. Commissioner Mullally, you were asking to be recognized next.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the commercial, but if you're going to address that. When, Jake, when you were talking to the vice mayor, I was confused on something. The landscaping buffer behind the commercial in between, I thought that you had requested a variance to remove that.
We have, and it so far has been passed. But I believe that this was specifically for screening that road from the rear, to this point of the ugliness of the backside of a commercial building, potentially for the driveway. So yes, we did have it. We did request, that is one of,
So now it's back in? I guess I'm confused.
I believe, Vice Mayor.
The buffer between the commercial and residential.
Yes, sir.
So I think, and this was just brought to my attention, and it makes sense, to submit a sight line exhibit from what access, like from what you're seeing from the road. I think that would clarify both of our concerns. So if we can get an idea of what is actually being seen as you're coming down the hill with, like what the plan looks like, that right there would help clear any type of concerns that we have with what could be left behind these commercial buildings, right?
So you're wanting the buffer put back in because they had requested that be removed?
Well, initially it was some type of, SME, subject matter expert to be able to provide with us to be able to, like say, hey, this is what the best application is for that area to be, provide some type of buffer between there. And if that's what their landscaping company is recommending, is to be able to put more tree lines up, then if that's the best what they can offer, that's what we were hoping to come back with something at this meeting, because the first meeting was what, they didn't have anything. And this meeting that they came back to, the new set of plans actually showed that there is a buffer now between the commercial down the actual Lebanon roadside and as you're going up the hill or coming back down the hill. So if we can be able to get the developer here to be able to provide us some type of, let me make sure I have this, to submit a sight line exhibit from the access to the rear of the buildings. The slopes are so great that you may only see the tops of the commercial buildings. That is something that could potentially be a fix for everything. But again, we don't know because, there's different grading up there and,
When you're coming down that hill, it's going to change every 5 feet. You're dropping
correct.
all the way down the hill. So,
Yep. So,
All right, so on the new plan, you've included that along the road.
yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But since I thought the variance was approved to remove the tree line. So since this is in the plan, do we need a motion or something?
Well, you guys haven't approved anything for
Okay.
sure. Yeah, this is second reading. So they've asked for a variance to omit the landscape buffer between the residential and commercial areas, which is this area here. There's like a 50-foot drop here.
Uh-huh.
So I think Vice Mayor has a good point. When you're coming down this hill, see where you actually need that enhanced landscape along that road to block some of that view. You may not even see any of the backs of these buildings because it's so much lower here than up here. You may just be looking at the tops.
Okay. I guess my question is, since that actually wasn't a vote, it was a request. Do we need to make a motion or anything for it?
The whole variance list that they've asked for needs to be addressed.
Well,
Sorry, on first reading, what we have in staff report, we have items 1 through 7, and I believe we passed every one of those with the exception of number 3, which I didn't have confirmation for the fire marshal at the time.
And then we made an amendment to number 5 tonight for the rear. The rear elevation is 100% brick or stone now.
Correct.
Yes.
But number 5 here to request I'm sorry, not wrong one. Number 4 requests to admit the landscape buffer between the residential and commercial areas. I have that passed on first reading.
And then you guys asked for additional landscaping along the access road, which he's provided on the plans.
Okay.
so do we need to vote on that or no?
You need to vote on your site line exhibit to be submitted with a final master development plan.
Okay.
I had another question, but aren't we on an amendment right now? Or are we not?
No, ma'am. I don't have anything.
Okay. All right.
Back
Then
on the ordinance is 8 times amended.
you made a statement, and perhaps I misunderstood, but when you were talking about construction, that if the sinkholes or karst or something is discovered at that point, then you do whatever. But or just can you restate what? Because my question was going to be, wouldn't that study be done prior to construction?
So the study prior to construction is an environmental scientist walks the site and looks for signs of karst features, which this time has not been found. What I was stating in that segment, I guess, was once they get into excavating, once they get on site and they're digging dirt, rock, everything else, karst features do exist below surface as well, and you don't see them. And to the point of everyone on this board, there's a lot of grading going on the site, a lot of earthwork. So there is a potential to be digging down somewhere far enough that yet you come into a sinkhole. You find the throat of a sinkhole before it opens. So at that point, if they do excavate one and have to dig to it, they're at that time, but again, in construction, they will have a licensed geotechnical engineer on site to handle the mitigation of the found karst feature, whatever it may be.
So then construction would halt and they would have to call one in?
No, but the geotech will already be there.
Be there,
They're on site.
monitoring?
Yes, monitoring
Okay.
the site as it progresses. But yes, it would. essentially it is a stop work order at that point. They say, hey, that is a state regulated sensitive area that has to be investigated by someone licensed to look at it, which would be that engineer at that time.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No.
All right. Then I'll go back to my punch list, which was the commercials. And my suggestion was prior to the issuance to the 32nd CO for phase 1 residential, that the construction for the commercial components, phases 2 and 3B, must be commenced. And I was going to say, furthermore, the issuance of the 64th CO for phase 1 shall be withheld until a shell CO for the commercial buildings in phase 2 and 3B be obtained. Mr. Porter, what say you on that?
Yes, sir. That is agreeable.
All right. Then I will make that my motion.
Second.
Second. Any questions or comments on this?
Yes, could you pull it?
I'll give you, Roddy.
Okay, thank you.
I have the, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Ninth Amendment. Please pass that. And just as a general comment, if you have complicated amendments you plan to bring, doing it in writing would be appreciated for everyone involved. All right, we're on the ordinance 12C as amended 9 times. I know there's more amendments. If anybody else wants the floor, I have one more to bring up. If not, which was under staff report, item number 3, which is a request to allow 20 feet of building separation in lieu of the 30 supported by due to the buildings being sprinklered. I know we didn't capture that one on first reading. I've seen written confirmation from the fire marshal that this is a supported action based on with the sprinklers on that. I know the ordinance reads 2 feet. I believe that's a typo that we have in here, and it should be 20.
Yes.
Any questions or comments on this waiver?
Second.
I have a second. All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're back on the ordinance as 10 times amended. We just did that. And then Mr. Porter, you were asking, I believe, what's in, I labeled it Jake's wish list. Under number 25 and 26, provide sidewalk connection for the right of way of the commercial area to the west end of lot 7. You were asking that for relief on that one. And I think 26 here is provide a pedestrian connection from the townhomes access road to the commercial area between 4 and 5. I believe those two still need to be captured or at least addressed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The numbers have changed. It is number 26 and number 27.
Yep, we had
But
added
those-
one more.
Yes.
That's correct, number 26 and 27. And then also under Public Works, number 6, sidewalk requirements on both sides of the access street for multifamily from Lebanon Road. You were just requesting single side.
Yes, sir.
And you were going to ask for those, so I saved you the trouble. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions or comments on those 3? No motions have been made on them, but just want to surface them now and get on with it. I'll make a motion that we remove 26 and 27 and also and we'll change number 6 to require sidewalk on one side of the street from the multifamily to Lebanon Road. Have a second? Questions or comments on these 3? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, back on the ordinance as amended 11 times. Anything else? All right, I'm going to, my last thing, and I brought it up, Mr. Porter and Mr. Forkham, that going into this, I really believe this project, I like what you're proposing here. The density back by the house, by Nichols Vale gets very tight on that. I think we've addressed some of the setbacks on there. I know it's not what everybody wants on that, but I think that's what we can justify based on what we've got for as requirements on it. I do think this is gives us the opportunity to address some drainage issues for the citizens of Nichols Vale there. Retaining that water for in a 100-year basin is can do nothing but enhance what we got, plus reducing the total amount of the drainage area on there. So those are some pros on this. My only thing that causes me any concern after the last 11 inlets on there, not the only thing, but the biggest thing that causes me concern on this is what was surfaced basically on the blasting requirements. So not having any teeth from that, it would appear, based on what's been shared up here, is how do you give the citizens any comfort as if we're told we have no, and I probably don't train you in engineering school on how to answer that question, but it is it's one of the things that we have tried our best to do, is to guarantee the citizenry of Mount Juliet that we do everything we can to protect from blasting and that. And, you know, I think it's been going on for almost 4 years now. And while not perfect, I still think that is better than a backhoe beating the ground for 6 months. So how do we get past that hurdle, I guess is the question.
To your point, it's hard to make people comfortable with the future that's not locked in place, apparently not enforceable by the Tennessee Code Annotated, unfortunately. But I will say, speaking for this project specifically, that you have a local Mount Juliet developer, a local Nashville, and I'm based in Lebanon, I guess, engineer, and a local Nashville-based contractors, that we have agreed to what we've been agreeing to for all the other PUDs and other PMDPs that we've done, because we made, in our opinion, it made sense to cut it that from 2 inches to 1. That is fine with what we are seeing. I guess we're in line with. Our plan at this point is that commercial side, which is the heavy side of the grading, is where the blasting regulations be followed by the state, and all the caveats that were included as far as notifications and everything else. And in that residential side, the south of that residential gate, where we do get into tight areas between Nichols Vale and Nichols Vale, that we would be going for the half rake shots, the half blasts, to try to alleviate any issues in the foreseeable future. And again, that's coming from the design engineer and the developer who is going to be in this until 64 CO and wants to see that. You know, I hope it's been acknowledged through the whole process that we're here to do a good project that is the city wants and the city's neighbors can benefit from, as far as any issues that we weren't aware of to start off with. But we've now, again, done as much as I think we possibly could so far to try to alleviate any issues that are existing and to try to prevent any further. So for what it's worth, on the design side of this process and a developer being the owner of the project moving forward, that's what we planned. And regardless of the state's, regulations and what they think, that is what we plan to move forward with.
I'll add this. I know there's a lot of questions about the final master development plan process on this. And while this is definitely not a perfect process going through the preliminary master development plan to do the conceptual side of it, I do think us up here going through everything in such detail does underscore the need for allowing our staff, which are professionals, to take this to the final hurdle on this and dot the I's and cross the T's as we go from preliminary to final master development plan on this. I think it demonstrates that none of us are subject matter experts up here. We do our best to scrutinize everything we can, to address everything that we have. And I'm going to take one last look at my notes and just make sure, because I've got ADA addressed, the sprinkling addressed, the 100-year plan addressed, the 55 and older. I know that was something that was brought up. I know some of the floor plans have elevators options on those, which is a nice feature. The certified list that was sent out for the letters provided that list. The natural injection wells are the karst features. I know it's been brought up numerous times. The open space, the 20-foot exception on the setbacks discussed. So, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I just got one more thing just to make sure, just so we can get it covered. I was going to make a motion to submit at FMDP a sight line exhibit from the access to the rear of the building. So that way it can be covered for what Commissioner Mullally and I were discussing. Submit that to staff. Just because when you went ahead and you put that in for leaving that up to the staff to go ahead and make sure that we cover all these bases, this may be something that we want to make sure that we at least get an understanding of what's going to be behind there. And that was a recommendation. So
what was your wording you were seeking?
For the developer to submit at FMDP a sightline exhibit from the access to the rear of the building, of the commercial buildings.
Is that something that's normally part of the as-built?
Sightline exhibit for.
But since we don't have that today, at least to be able to get something, if it's going to go back to the staff to get staff support on it, since we're not the SMEs, want to make sure we get somebody's approval on it.
Wouldn't that FMDP go through planning? Yes. So let's go through FMDP.
Through planning, so we'd go through planning.
I think he's just wanting to codify and make sure that we get that step done. For developer to submit sightline exhibit for, could you finish that?
Let's see, your sightline exhibit from the access to the rear of the commercial buildings on Lebanon Road.
Access. Okay. To the rear.
Can we get that on mic?
Yeah, we may want to get that on mic just to make sure, because that was also
Ms. Hamblin.
discussed. Thank you, Ms. Hamblin.
And to include supplemental landscaping where applicable. They may not need any, but at least you have it in writing.
Thank you so much.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is that something that you guys can handle?
Yes, sir. That was what I was trying to terribly speak earlier to.
No, I think you did great.
There, so I know exactly what we can do, but I think that is a good recommendation. We can show you what it is, and then we can decide what to screen and what.
Yeah, just send it to the staff so that way they
Absolutely.
can handle it. You
We
guys can
send
figure
it
out
to you
behind the
all as well.
scenes.
That way you can see.
Yeah, thank you.
Make sure I've got this right. For developer to submit sightline exhibit from access road.
From access road.
To the rear of the commercial buildings.
Yep, on Lebanon Road, just to make sure, because commercials.
Okay.
Yep.
On Lebanon Road. And to also include a supplemental landscaping plan.
No.
Supplemental landscaping where applicable.
Oh, not the plan, actual supplemental landscaping where applicable.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Great teamwork.
And you second, good with all this. All right. Any questions or comments on the amendment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that passes. 12 amendments. Any other comments on this? All right. All in favor of 12C as amended 12 times, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that 12C passes with a vote of 4-1. On that, the next stop will be the Planning Commission for the final master development plan at a date to be determined. Is there any objections to reading 13A and 13B simultaneously? All right, hearing none. 13A, an ordinance to annex the South Green Hill Road and right-of-way located at South Green Hill Road from the northern property corner of 6105 Fremantle Court to the northern property corner of parcel 73.8.04 in Wilson County, Tennessee, located within the city's urban growth boundary. 13B is to review the plan of services for the roadway and right-of-way for South Green Hill Road. Is there a second? I'll second. Any questions or comments on 13A and B? Commissioner Mullally?
I'd like to know the purpose of this annexation.
Can you speak with that, Shane, or do we want to hear from the representative?
For representation, and I can chime in, sir.
Good evening, Joe Haddock, CSTG. Yeah, so I think during the process, I think everybody will remember back. I mean, part of the discussion was that at some point, the city would look to annex the road right of way in front of this development. That being said, you know, it's set up with a reservation area and the sidewalk outside of the right of way area. And as you've probably driven down there, Mr. Mullally, and seen the developments ongoing. I also realized that part of that was from your previous public works director. I have just seen over the past couple of months, it seems like Shane's been bringing a lot of multiple roadway annexation requests through. So this is an ongoing project. It ties to, you know, the right of way just to the south where the new roundabout is. And simple as that, really.
Can you address the turn lanes?
The turn lanes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so project consists of 18 lots. You know, this project, as looking at it from the city level, and Shane can clarify this, but wouldn't even justify a traffic study. Like, not even close. I think Mr. Barlow is on record saying that too. So now you go to Wilson County, and the county would like turn lanes. Anything more than 10 lots, they require a turn lane. I mean, that's just their standard. However, it's a little bit smaller road section, pavement's different, don't get your sidewalks, right? As y'all have heard through multiple requests through the years. So I don't think it's anything more than, I think looking at the project, my own personal opinion, it doesn't warrant a turn lane. I'm pretty sure the county road inspector would tell you that too.
So this project was approved, what, a couple of years ago or so?
Yeah.
So
It was 2021.
at the time it was approved, of course, everybody knows it's a county road, and the road improvements, wasn't it contingent upon approval of the Wilson County Road Commission? Any like improvements always has to go through the road commission since it's a county road.
Yep. We've met them on site and looked at it for the sewer and utility extensions.
So
I believe at that time it was also conveyed to the county that the intent was to annex this road.
So at what point did you find out the county road commission would require turn lanes?
I can't say for certain.
I mean, early on.
Yeah, I mean, it is a standard requirement of the county, whether he agrees with it or not.
Yeah. So why wouldn't you go to the county and ask for a variance?
I suppose we could.
Just wondered why you haven't.
Again, but with my history with this project was, and I know Public Works can't dictate what gets annexed and what doesn't on the road right away, but it is set up to continue from the new roundabout there, working back to the north. We also got the project further to the north, right at 70 along this road, that will have some road improvements that probably would like to be built to a city standard instead of the county standard. So it's just kind of closing in that right of way gap.
Yeah, on that one though, there's no connection to South Green Hill.
The townhome project?
Mhm.
Yes, sir. Secondary connection comes out to South Green.
I thought that was not approved. But anyway, that's another project.
Sorry.
So I guess I don't understand why you didn't ask for a variance. And, you know, that was at least 2+ years ago. So if the variance were to be granted, would you be requesting the annexation of the road in front of your development?
As of right now, I'm not the applicant on the project. I'm just here as a help Shane with the history and watch Mr. Porter present earlier.
Okay, then I'd like to call Mr. Darren Cunningham, the developer.
Sorry. Are you willing to speak on the?
If it's proper protocol that I speak,
Is there any objection to hearing from Mr. Cunningham? Not hearing any, so. Commissioner Justice.
And I'm asking a question to Commissioner Malay. What are you looking for exactly? Because I'm not understanding. They've already explained that the policy of the county is to require a turn lane. So I'm just curious, what are you looking for exactly? Because
Well,
I'm missing something.
If they knew that to begin with, and that was at least 2+ years ago, why are they coming now to ask the city to annex the road in front of the development, which leads to another question that I have here in just a minute. So I'll just ask you, why did you not go to the county road commission and ask for a variance at the time if you knew at least 2+ years ago that they required turn lanes and it was a county road?
This one's real simple. So the reason why is because it never crossed my mind that I'd be standing up here tonight discussing this, because the city of Mount Juliet said they would be annexing this into the city. So I've complied with everything that I was to comply with as a developer. My expectations in return are to comply with that the city would do the same in return. There are certain things that I'll add to this that are not in writing. So that was not fully approved yet. I'm going on what was said on record, recorded in meetings. It's been discussed multiple times. So we've also gone above and beyond on our side because we're very sensitive to the neighbors. And we've talked about blasting tonight on a lot of things. And there's sometimes in all aspects of everything, you kind of have to, roll the dice is not the right word, but trust the people you're working with. And I think most of the people sitting up here tonight can look at me on this project and say that I have fulfilled everything, and where I've gone above and beyond is on blasting. So blasting, it is abundantly clear to me on the development side that some of the things we put in place or attempt to put in place where you can't go more than 1 inch per second is actually not legal to do. So I've been made well aware that I don't need to comply with that. So it's not my interest to not comply with that. In fact, what I've done is quite the opposite. So we have a 1 inch per second rule on this development that we agreed to comply with. Well, I asked my site contractor, how can we beat that? How can we go to a 1/4 inch per second? How can we go to a 1/2 inch per second? And the answer was, you can spend more money, Darren. I said, well, talk to me more about that. Explain to me the process. And he did. He said it requires more drilling. So you drill more holes where you put the ammonium nitrate down into the holes in smaller pieces, as opposed to drilling them farther apart and then adding more ammonium nitrate. And when you do that, you have smaller blasts, and your seismic readings are 75% lower on our project than the 1% that was asked, which is also 100 or 50% lower than where the state mandations were. So we've asked anybody on this project, would they like to have the seismic readings? We provide everybody, not just the people who are mandated, but anybody and everybody to be made aware the moment those readings come in. So I'm veering off subject. What I'm doing is I'm proving character. And we're the people that will do the right thing. And to answer your question, my expectation is that the city does the same in return to me.
All right. So when you say the city approved, you're talking about Mr. Barlow.
I never said the city approved.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't. I said the city said they were going to annex it.
Well, the city.
I said the city. I didn't say they approved it.
Okay, the city. But when you say the city, you're talking about Andy Barlow.
Who was a representative of the city. Yes.
Right. So that was a verbal statement. But the reason for his verbal statement was based on the Western Connector. Is that not right?
I'm sure that it was, yeah.
Okay. So Andy's been gone how long? And before he left, the Western Connector was deferred indefinitely, right?
But you tell me.
Yeah. Well, before he left, it was deferred indefinitely.
Okay.
So you knew at that point that there was no written approvals or anything for that Western Connector or the annexation. So my point is, I don't understand why you didn't ask for the variance through the county. And if you knew that the Western Connector was deferred indefinitely and that Andy's no longer here, if this variance had been granted, would you be asking for the road in front of your development to be annexed? And I don't think you would. Personally, I agree with the turn lanes. I think that road right there, as it dips down like this and it curves where the main entrance would be, I think it would be beneficial to the city to have the turn lanes, because it's a safety issue. And not only that, but it would keep traffic flowing.
Yeah.
So I think Public Works was requested to annex this road by you and Commissioner Hefner, since he's an investor on this project. So I think that you pursued it to Public Works. So to me,
Yeah. I want to speak on that. Sir, just a moment, Shane. Commissioner Mullally, can I jump in here real quick? I'm gonna say I was the one who voted no on this project when the first reading on this, and it's because it says our staff report that this is request annexation because the turn lane is not warranted. So I did not vote for it because we don't typically do annexations to avoid building a turn lane. I think that's probably where we're going with this, is that we don't do it. We've done a lot of other annexations in order for developers to put in turn lanes and stuff. So I was like, why do we incur 850 feet of asphalt for the city's expense? Did make any sense to me. I was like, build your turn lane. It's I don't see any justification for putting this on the citizens of Mount Juliet. So there was no win there. But I want to point out that since then I've been contacted by Public Works and Mr. Martin, because they've all been made aware that they have volunteered to improve that road, or in terms of milling and resurfacing the road, or paying for that, I believe, and to bring it up to the standards that we have there off the what we built off the roundabout through there, through 850 feet through there. So that gave me a little comfort with that. I want to recognize Shane here and let him add what he's dealt with. So
Just I want to bullet point this just in the effort of time and the consideration of time. We typically don't, when road improvements are proposed by developments, continuing a policy that Director Barlow had, we did not annex roadways until we knew for a fact a project was moving forward. It did not make sense for you guys to vote on something at a PMDP level saying, they're conditioned to do improvements. Andy was more so, let them get to construction. Let's see how serious they are. We'll bring it in. And we've continued that policy. Me and Director White have since Andy left. The developers did reach out to me about annexing the roadway. And I had no reason to not think that there was anything behind that because the fact there was another project that Director Barlow was good with supporting an annexation. Same, it's a little bit similar conditions in the fact that there was a turn lane required on that roadway. The Western Connector was going on at that time as well. And that annexation did not go through. It did not pass. So it's a not a simple issue to diagnose because the developers did bring a project in under a project that was going in all the time, planned around that, and the climate changed because the project didn't go forward. That's why I brought the request to you guys to vote on, because the climate had changed based on a decision that was made by the board. And as Darren said, working through this, along with Director White, I don't want to discount his role in this. They are coming to us with this annexation request to mill and overlay a roadway and save the city nearly 2 decades worth of maintenance on that. So it is not a simple black and white matter. And Director White was in support of this annexation with the mill and overlay. And I can agree with that as well, because we are getting a benefit out of that. And that's why it's, like I said, that was with collaboration with the developer and city staff. And here we are.
Mr. Mullally?
If they had not approached you, would you be requesting annexation?
I would not have, because Director Barlow, when he left, I was not aware of that. The conversations that were had, other than the Western Connector, assumed discussions that were had. I was not aware of it. And I did have discussions with Andy about it afterwards. And it, like I said, it was not an open and shut case. And our discussion basically is what I just told you guys now.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak to what I know. I know the first time when it came up, I didn't see any value at all in this. And that's been rectified from my standpoint. I see some value into bringing this in on it. Now, who asked what question or what, or didn't go to the county, I don't know. I don't know that if I was building, I'd ask the county for a variance. I don't know that they've ever given one that I know of. But that's my thoughts. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. So just to help clear this up a little bit. So when this was actually brought to my attention, I reached out to staff, even went back all the way back to the videos. And obviously, there is some partnership, and I think there is some lessons learned when we have staff that leaves and so forth. Obviously, get things in writing would be very beneficial. However, when this was all discussed about the Western Connection, there was a partnership from this development. Now, whether or not they're part of a certain group or not, it's the fact that the city had asked for this development to be part of a partnership, as basically giving part of their development up for annexation, and they agreed to that. Now, whether or not if the city changes their mind after the fact, after this was already approved, right? So as you all stated, this was already approved after, when we were still looking at this as a Western Connection. So Commissioner, so when I looked at this, and it was brought to my attention, I was trying to go back to what was the agreement between the developer, and the city. And at that time, we had these folks were basically developing a piece of property, and the city was looking at this as a Western Connection. So that was the partnership there. And then, of course, things change, the economy changes, whatever. The Western Connection was no longer valid. However, the vote had already been there. So that was the commitment between the developer and the city. That's the partnership that we all voted on. And that, to me, yes, I do see your point where, hey, they could have went back and said, you know what, it got shot down. And, there was a 2-year buffer that this project has taken on because they've gone over and beyond to make sure that the folks in my district had 0 complaints. And I'm going to tell you that right now, we had 0 complaints with any of that development. And that's unheard of, because I've got 2 other projects, technically 3 other projects that are in my in my district, that have been nothing but a nightmare for me, from the road to blasting, notification, debris, to tearing up everything. It's just been a nightmare. These folks right here, which I commend your blasting folks and whoever was running that project, and I apologize, I got him in my phone, but he has a very strong accent, very good at communication, letting me know. He even invited me out to help blast some things just to see how it works, because they were so detailed on making sure that they beat what the city is requesting, not what the state. So I commend them for doing that. And not only that, to prove to us as a commission that it can be done. To me, it's a win-win for this commission. Okay. So to get back into this real quick, to go back, because I spent a lot of time on this. What is our word and what is our vote worth as a commission up here? We asked the developer to do something. They agreed to it at that time. We can't look 2 years ahead and say, hey, we're going to change our minds. You do too. That's not fair to them. That's not partnership. So to me, I don't care what group they're part of or anything, as a citizen, and that's the way I talk to these folks, as a citizen, nothing else. I would not want that done to me. And I surely don't want the city to expect something like that, to say, hey, you need to go over and beyond because we changed our mind. That's not a partnership. So that's why I'm voting for this tonight, to say, hey, this is the partnership that we agreed to back in 2020 or 2021 was when it was brought to us. I think the first time was when November, December of 2020, and then it was voted on in 2021. So to me, that's the partnership. I just want to make sure that this is noted in here. And I think that's what this commission should be looking at. Where's the partnership? Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
What is this?
Any other questions or comments before we vote? Commissioner Mullally?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but then the Western Connector went away. And then I don't know if you can, how much of a partnership you can call it. I mean, but anyway, it is what it is. To me, the bottom line is safety. The way this road dips down and curves, that's the main entrance. I just think it needs a turn lane. I know that in the city, if it was already annexed, it wouldn't be warranted. I know that. I get that. And then we wouldn't be having the request. But it is a county road. We all know it's a county road. Their requirement is the turn lane. I just think it would be more beneficial to the city, even though that portion is in the county, to have the turn lane. The way that road is, it would be safer to have the turn lane. That's my opinion.
Yeah. And I asked the same question, as the turn lane hurt anything? And it's no, there's no harm to having a turn lane there, other than the fact that it's more asphalt that has to be paved in the future. And that's fine. I know there's a lot of talk about the western connectors and all this other stuff. I never liked the thought of going down South Green Hill Road to begin with. So that's never a factor in there. What staff says in comments is not binding, obviously, to what we're doing here on it. But I just wanted to cast a vote for something that I could justify what we were doing in terms of cost to the taxpayers on it. And, I throw it out as an objection. Somebody addresses it. So I'm going to stand behind that if they can address it. To this point, from what I see, there's no more concerns on that or as addressing it on it. But it's a fair point, too, to say that the turn lane is not harming anything going forward. So, Mr. Justice.
I have not told Commissioner Hefner or Mr. Cunningham this, but I actually called Steve Murphy at the Road Commission office and asked him about the right-hand turn lane. If there was a variance that would be allowed for something like that, or if they didn't, was it a policy, how that worked? And he said flat out two things. He said, first of all, y'all sent me an email a year or whatever back saying that y'all were annexing South Green Hill Road. Now, that was an email that I guess Public Works, Shane, or somebody sent to the Wilson County Road Commission, basically saying, yes, we are annexing this. Now, I don't know if that come from Andy Barlow. I don't know if it come from Shane Chaminor or Todd or whoever it may have come from, but somebody sent that email. And it was based on a conversation and an approval that we got in writing right here. That's number one. Number two, he said, no, it's a policy. We don't give variances on turn lanes. Not going to happen. Now, that's a policy. If that's a written policy, that is something that the road commission goes by. That's just all there is to that. And that's the end of the conversation for them. They don't, they're not real big on negotiation. But then we also look at, some of the requirements that this development wound up doing. They weren't requirements. They were actually volunteering to do certain things because this was a straight zoned project. They did not have to volunteer to do the dynamite. They did not have to volunteer to put $2,500 or whatever it was dollars there into this project. They didn't have to do that. They could have come in with straight zoning and actually never come before this city commission, not one time. The zoning was there. They volunteered this stuff. They volunteered to come up here and go through this process, as painful as we can see tonight, as it has been. They volunteered to do this. Now, I mean, I don't know how many people actually volunteered to go get tortured, but that's pretty much what they've had to endure, just like these other people had to endure tonight. So, I mean, stuff like this doesn't need to be. I mean, there's some accusations here somewhere. I'm not sure where they're coming from, but I mean, I'd like to hear them. If there's an accusation out there that's legitimate, I'd like to know what it is, but I've not heard it.
Well, I think right now we've got an annexation on the table and a plan of services. And are there any questions or comments? All in favor of 13A and 13B, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 13A and B carry by a vote of 3-1-1. The next item on the agenda is 14A, a resolution approving the grants by the city of Mount Juliet as previously budgeted in 2024-25 budget ordinance 2024-25.
Motion. Second.
Motion second. Commissioner Mullally, you are a sponsor of this. Any comments?
I will. Here it is. Okay, so we received an email, the part that's highlighted here regarding the $750 for restoration community outreach. They were on the list to receive the $750. Let's see. They have requested to be removed from the grant list because Dean Jackson passed away in June and the organization is in process of closing. Okay, so I guess my motion would be to take that, to remove that and take the $750 and divvy it up between the three nonprofits that weren't allotted anything. I know that's just $250 a piece, but
Can you name those three?
yeah, Compassionate Hands, Veterans Barbecue, BBQ Camp, who spoke earlier, and the Transit Alliance of Middle Tennessee.
All right. So we got a motion to divide the 750 that was previously allocated to Compassionate Hands, Veterans Barbecue, and the Transit Alliance for 250 each. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We're on that as once amended. Commissioner Justice?
I actually came up, got to talking to Dana and some of the others around here today, and I talked to Rocky as well. The youth sports organizations that we've got, there's a grant that goes to them. It comes to a product of this $163,575. It's allocated through the grant process to go to the youth sports organizations. The grant money comes from, and I was hoping that I would get some clarity on this. Is that coming from the capital improvements or capital fund, or is that coming from the recurring revenue? How's that? And the reason I ask that question is because it's coming from the money that I'm talking about that is actually coming from the hotel motel tax.
Correct. And I heard a rumor that you were going to seek a deferral on this to
Yes, sir.
investigate that more. So I may have overstepped here, but I did it anyway, and I willfully admit this, that I sent the city manager a text and told him to please send Dana home because she has an hour drive.
And that's fine. Yeah, that's not a problem.
So if that's a question that can be pursued with her after the fact,
I
think it
want to
would
pursue that,
streamline it.
and I would like to ask the commission's indulgence while it won't take but just one meeting to go through and to look at where we can actually get that money and maybe allocate some money for the youth sports, and which frees money up also for some of the just 501c3s. And that's kind of what I'm looking at.
So that's a motion
to defer. Yes, sir.
To defer one meeting, and second on that. Any
Yes,
questions or comments on the advisement of deferral for one meeting?
Where are we at on the agenda?
We're on number 14A, which is the resolution approving the grants of the city of Mount Juliet previous budgeted in 2024-25 budget ordinance.
All right. I just had that page.
Second to last item.
Oh, here it is.
We're on an amendment to discussion on an amendment to defer one meeting.
Okay, on 14A.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Any questions on the deferral? All right. All in favor of deferral for one meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're deferred on 14A for one meeting. 14B, which is the resolution authorizing the execution of a contract between the city of Mount Juliet for the construction and the management services for fire station number 3.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second, and the items on the table. Questions or comments from the board? All in favor, please.
Hold up here.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Wait, this guy waited here all night and not to get a question. I at least got to ask a question. It's 11:30, 11:35.
I think he's like, I'll forgive you if you let me drive.
Is this project looking good? I mean, looks to be on its way.
Yeah, everything looks great with it. Napoltz appeared to be the best construction management firm. Received 4 proposals on it. Narrowed that down to 2. Interviewed those 2, and Napoltz was really good as far as being the construction management or design build firm for this. There'll be further bids going out as the site work and it comes up out of the ground. Vertical construction will come back. We're going to competitively bid those to get the best prices that we can. But
okay,
the house should be coming down next week.
Okay.
Actually doing asbestos abatement this week. Be tearing it down next week. We've cleared a lot of the trees on site already. Thanks to Toby and the public works staff for helping with
Yeah, I was
that.
going to ask, how's the horse? And then any
Horse
lessons
is-
learned from the last firehouse?
Horse is doing great. Yes,
Okay.
there's a lot of lessons learned. from
All right,
that.
just want to make sure. I don't want to get into them tonight. Good luck. Thank
not-
you. I didn't want to leave you without a question.
Any other
Sorry, Mayor.
questions or comments? All right, all in favor of 14B, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 14B carries. Next item on the agenda is 15, which is adjournment. And got a motion for adjournment. Second, all in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned.